I think that
Whatever.
I think everything is really crazy. What I think is crazy. I think that everything is the same thing. And it's just different versions of it. Everything is water. Everything is light, matter, water.
Are you high right now?
All the same thing, just different vibrations.
And everything vibrates. And ultimately, we have to become masters of vibration to work through the dimensions of this plane. This is the third dimensional plane. So this physical.
Whatever.
Physical. This is the physical plane. Now, if we close our eyes.
Whatever.
And we envision something, our brain doesn't know the difference between a thought and actual reality.
You go, girl.
So I would say the creator exists beyond it, like within it maybe, but
which one is it then?
Yeah, that's what I think. I have heard that about like how all these seemingly like divine properties of water. You can attribute all kinds of things to water, like it morphs around any situation, like it always adapts to the situation. It seems to there is no way to get rid of it. It's perpetually in a cycle as if it were omnipresent.
This is what it is, okay? I said empty your mind.
He's got that covered.
Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend.
And outside
everyone dies when people die, it's because of dehydration. Even if you're shot, it's the water leaving your body.
What about if you drown?
You know, if you don't have water, you're dead. Everything. Water's delivered everywhere angelically. I don't know.
Or they will say things like, dark matter 100% exists. We know for a fact that dark matter has to exist, but we don't know what it is. So how could you know it exists?
So I don't agree with people making claims about ether and exactly what it is, and even the name.
So how could you know it exists?
You hear that, Mr. Anderson? That is the sound of inevitability.
We're off. As usual, if you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. Let's head on over to Discord and push this right to the VC of all VCs, Adam Meakin. Adam, my good sir, Adam Meakin.
Good evening, QE. Good evening, everyone. Hello, Adam.
Oh, damn.
Come on. I can't carry the response, can I?
Now, you have to be the VC, Betty. Shut up. Betty couldn't make it today, so Adam was the VC. But I forgot Nathan was in here. But I know that he's having some tooth problems, so we're gonna let Adam take over VC responsibility.
I'll give it 10 minutes.
Yeah, I give it less. He's gonna start co-hosting this shit out of this quick.
There's plenty of fire. That intro was the great one. I forgot that one. I'd forgotten about the dark matter apologetics.
Right. No one ever says anything. I think people, I don't know. They must be sniffing glue or snacking on paint chips from the 70s, they don't catch the drift of that last part. They don't get it. But Adam, he's all over it. Yeah. Do you understand why I did that, Adam?
What's an indictment of oneself? If we're going to indict people by those standards, then surely we wouldn't allow such low standards ourselves to say that we know it has to be there, even though we don't know what it is, and then go on to describe ether as something that we know has to be there, even though we don't know what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a contradiction after contradiction after embedded contradiction after make shit up and then contradict the made up shit. It's a never, like you're going to hear today, it never ends.
That one to me. So when I talk about standards, right, and why we're over here, we got off of a ball because of these standards. We laughed at dark matter, as Witzit's doing there. And that's why it's so frustrating that to invoke another solution, we'll drop our standards back to that same low level where we have to believe in something because there has to be something there because the theory says so. Colloquial.
Quote unquote. Whenever you hear that quote unquote or colloquially, get ready. You're about to be screwed.
Well, I was using it in the theory of dark matter, etc., in terms of how they're describing it. Yeah, the theory of made up theoretical. Yeah, that's why I said it, not in its scientific sense, in the colloquial sense. Yeah.
In the colloquial.
Well, I suppose with regards to the book, in the way in which we would paint Narnia, that kind of thing, be that an Ethereal Narnia or a universe where we have 90% made up of stuff we can't envisage. Actually, listen to the links between these two things.
I like that word envisage for some reason. That's a good word. Is it a cross between envision and pilgrimage?
It's one of them fancy cakes, isn't it?
It's not a good word. Sorry, Adam, to go off on your point. We'll have plenty of points during the next few hours. But it can never measure up to the king word. My king word is, for right now, well, it's been that way for a while, is acquiesce. That's a good friggin' word, dude. What do you got to say about that? What is your favorite word?
Machiavellian.
That is a good friggin' word right there.
Anti-disestablishmentarianism.
Anti-disestablishmentarian. That's not a word.
Yeah, it is. Anti-disestablishmentarianism. Yeah.
It's not. That's not a word.
Give me 2 minutes.
It's like a friggin' turkey squirrel. Are you calling your wench?
I just typed it into Google. There you go. I didn't even have to do it. Anti-disestablishmentarianism. Yeah. So opposition to the disestablishment of the Church of England.
Well, we know what it was.
Disestablishmentarianism.
I have never heard that word spoken or read it anywhere.
It's one of those quiz show words that you see pop up.
Is it like? Can you Scrabble that darn thing?
Would it? Is the board wide enough? I don't know if it is.
I don't think so. All right. I don't like that word, though, even though it might be a word, which I highly doubt. You just made that shit up. And so did AI. It was a whole bunch of suffixes glued together incoherently.
Yeah, but in critique of the Church of England, so it's permissible.
What exactly is the Church of England? Is it like a building?
It's the original Protestantism.
Really?
Yeah, we didn't need some like crazy German to establish it over here. We did our own form. Yeah, we had Catholicism sussed out way before that, mate.
Don't you burn them?
Only on one night a year. That's why Brian's here.
Is that tonight?
Because tonight is the night.
Babylon Bob, if you're listening, I wouldn't go anywhere near England tonight there, brother. We may get a surprise visit by Babylon Bob. That's a special bonus for today. To pinpoint another contradiction. And I think Brian's going to like this one.
For me, but Nathan, has Nathan though? Has he got his Bonfire Night poem?
I don't know.
Want me to read out my November poem?
Yeah, I like it.
Sure. You ready?
Oh yeah.
Remember, remember the 5th of November, gunpowder treason and plot. I see no reason why gunpowder treason should ever be forgot.
Profound. So you got to tell everyone the story each year on this day. We talked about this last year or the year before, but you got to let the audience know because most of the audience is American. So they ain't going to know what you're talking about. So, Nathan, would you please?
Gunpowder treason plot is Guy Fawkes and a group of other men who nobody cares about tried to blow up the Houses of Parliament.
Actually?
They weren't successful. They were caught, and we celebrate the fact that they were caught and they were unsuccessful in blowing up the Houses of Parliament by burning an effigy of Guy Fawkes on 5th of November. We call Bonfire Night. It's our 5th of November. That's Guy Fawkes night.
And this actually happened.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. When's
history?
When's about?
When's about? 1605.
Has history ever been accurate?
Some history is accurate, yes. That's beyond the point. Quit trying to divert away. When is this about? When did this guy Forks try to blow up with some other shady characters Parliament?
1605.
1605. Boy, that's back
before
in the day.
Before any pilgrims have even gone to America. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Did it with barrels of gunpowder. It's just letting off fireworks.
Do you still call us pilgrims?
Some of you.
We call you pilgrims?
Yeah, when we're not around and you're, having a stogie and a nice sip of bourbon at the end of the night.
We don't think about you at all.
No.
Adam's are, no.
How do we view Americans?
Yeah.
Other than uncouth, you mean?
Yes.
Other than uncouth. Oh, you said uncouth.
Yes.
I kind of sadly look up to you as a country. As shitbag awful as you as a country are, you've at least got hope. I look at the state of mine and I don't see a way out. You guys have at least got guns.
That's a unique take on that. Is that all? Is that it? Just the gun thing?
No, with that, I mean, there's the ultimate sanction to the government. We've got nothing. We tried to protest, and currently, A man's committed suicide, a granddad, because he was convicted of going out on the streets and protesting, didn't do anything, and was advised, ill-advised by his state-appointed lawyer to just plead guilty to an offence that I can't say actually exists. Yet we've got no rebuttal. We've seen our political elite come and attack us, call us right-wing. Go on when little children are stabbed and we try to protest and we're being attacked. And I said, the difference is you've got the ultimate sanction if it gets too bad. Well, over here, I genuinely don't see what we can do other than write a very nasty letter, which, you know, the British are very good at writing nasty letters.
We're going to go at them with a very, very strong leaflet campaign.
Strong leaflet campaign.
And then we'll hit them with the quiche.
You guys write very strongly worded letters.
That was Red Dwarf from Nathan, that.
Is that all you get from America? That's it? That's all you see from the outside?
Other than that, it's pretty much the same as here now, isn't it? Other than larger portions.
Crappier food. Lower food standards.
That's a load of, we already been over that. You brought that up just to freaking irk me.
And then we had several examples that proved the point. Yes, that's correct.
Several examples that didn't prove. You just use yo-hos.
They did, yes. They did,
Little
yes.
Debbie
Our
snatch.
stats are higher than yours. Yes, there are certain things
Little
that
Debbie
definitely
snatch
wouldn't
cakes. That was irrelevant.
Rumpus, because I'm insulting your food standards over there, which are woeful.
Which are woeful. I don't know about I can't. I can only see my food standards, and they're definitely not woeful. Tell you that.
Well, you can attain higher food standards in America. That's a choice that you can take.
Yes.
The rest, yes. I'll agree with that. You can have good food in America. I'm not saying you can't have good food. It's only bad food. I'm just saying, in general, the food standards, the stuff that you'll tolerate over there, just simply wouldn't pass muster over here.
And that's all. That's all you get. That's all you get from. What about trucks, Brian?
Tell you what, you don't get. You don't get to be part of. And this is weird. You're not part of the Commonwealth.
You get European cars, but you don't get the smart Europeans to maintain them. So you think they're all awful. Whereas we have nicely maintained European cars here, so we all enjoy our BMWs and Mercedes. Whereas you think they're all rubbish because you don't have to change oil and stuff.
Break my windows.
Break my windows. Black man's wheels.
What do you mean? I've changed oil in my vehicle. Now, not recently. I changed oil in my vehicles for years.
You guys think European cars are too complicated, and they are.
I never thought that. I don't give it a thought at all. By the way.
Our car guy.
That's all you get. You don't get the great open spaces, the vistas, the freedom and the bald eagle. You don't get that stuff. That doesn't resonate with you.
Relatives 5 hours away.
Yes, at a minimum.
It's not a negative necessarily.
That's not a negative necessarily. Exactly.
So what about
when I was
Walmart?
younger, I wouldn't have minded going there. I don't think I would now in terms of living there. My son is desperate. He's hoping to get his second year placement over there.
Really?
Yeah.
Where's about?
Well, it'll probably be New York, won't it? Because it's a stock exchange thing he's on. So
New York.
New York.
That's not America.
What do you mean that's not?
It's like London isn't England. You're right.
Well, what do I mean? That's not America. America's like somewhere where I live, right in the heartland.
They view New York like we view London.
Yes.
Was someone asking me a question?
Yeah, I said. I'll go with no. Yes, I pointed out. I said, what about trucks and wide open vistas and mountains and bald eagles and freedom and Harleys and stuff like that?
Harleys. Yeah, that's American. With a capital M.
We don't have choppers and hogs.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Implication.
Implication. What the hell does that mean?
Just agree. Yes, that's right,
That's a
Brian.
word. That's a word.
Very
I didn't get to give my word. Implication is my word.
Oh, you're about 10 minutes late.
Congratulate him. Well done. Brian. We've all got something to offer. Thank you.
Implication. That's a nothing burger. It's a nothing word. It inspires nothing.
Well, it implies something.
Yeah, implications imply something. Yeah, great, thanks.
He's suggesting something larger by implication.
What flowerier?
Yeah, something with some panache.
Like anti-disestablishmentarianism.
Yeah, that's
Congruent. Congruent.
Oh, that's nice. See, that's nice. Yeah. That's a lot more congruent with mine and QE's offerings.
Congruent. It's a little cold. It's not like acquiesce. I mean, that
Machiavellian.
Machiavellian. Those two have some flair.
Adam had a question, the other Adam, about how long we'd be covering Wits It for.
I don't know exactly. As long as this takes this, we have this video, and then one more that we might get some bonus coverage. We may get some bonus coverage of it, but we're going to go over the whole thing. So I would say 1, 2, 3, perhaps 4 shows, including this one.
He was kind of saying, look, man, I'm not stupid and I get it. And I was like, no.
I know there are people that are stupid out there, but I get it.
Well, we have to be.
So what's your favourite word then, Adam?
Oh, boy.
Culmination.
Ooh. Well, that's what we're getting to. It's going to be the culmination of his stupidity, but it is going to take 4 more
Culminate
shows.
already.
Culminate already. Is that what somebody said?
No, I'm
That
here
sounds
for
like
it, and I know it.
Did Betty pay you to say that?
So women dislike the word moist for some reason.
Where did that come from?
Glands, potentially. I don't know.
Glands, you wise cracker.
Oh, I got one. Succulent.
That's like succubus. You succulent succubus, you.
This is turned into the What's Your Favourite Word show.
Yes.
AI.
Like I said at the end of the show,
AI is going to have a good one.
You do what you want. It's your show.
I have a word for you. Expialidocious.
That's
word
not a word.
Even though the sound of it is truly quite precocious.
Precocious. That's a good. That's a really good word. What do you want, Adam?
I want AI's word. He's a fantastic orator. He must have a favourite word.
Saying long words like this will give you halitosis.
Halitosis. Is that bad breath?
It's made up. It doesn't really exist.
Halitosis. That's a word.
But you might as well say you smell like you've eaten a turd. Doesn't really mean you've eaten a turd, does it?
Adam.
Well, you can never be too sure.
Adam.
It's the necessary antecedent to a turd.
Is that all you got, Adam? I thought you were asking your wench what her favorite word was.
No, not a wedge. AI. No, AI as in AI, not as in Gemini, my favorite AI.
Oh, you're talking about the AI.
Yeah. I don't think well, okay, I'm going to ask her, what is your favorite word? What? It's not going to be able to comprehend it.
Somebody shoot me in the head.
All right, okay, let's get on with it. Let me try to find.
Say, I was waiting for AI to jump in, but he's not filling in with his favourite word. So I suppose we should just get on to the duplicitous nature of Witsit. Sorry, Adam.
All right, let me get my act together.
Anyway,
yeah.
As an AI language model, I don't have a personal preference.
What a wanker. Okay, that's... you know what? If I do play some of the bonus coverage with Babylon Bob, I don't think you guys will be able to see it. Because I'm only sharing this screen. It's not going to run smoothly. It's not going to be... Now, it's going to be smooth for the YouTube folks, but not for you in Discord. I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I can't even remember if we're going to come to it today, though. So we'll just move on. All right, 1724. We got that going. Go and share it with Discord. There we go. Now, if any of those numpty dipshits come in here, just mute them. Because we got to get done with all the charges, and then they can come in. I don't want anyone interrupting me anymore. You got it. VC.
Yep.
But the reason they come in is because they want to stop the charges.
Yep.
Like the bonus.
Yep. So they'll be, well, when we just put them on mute till we finish up the charges for today, and then if they want to, object, then they can do that, but not in the middle of the charges. The charges have to be established first. So I entertained it when we first went on, but I won't entertain it anymore, even though I train wrecked them. Not only me, but they got train wrecked initially, so I'm not putting up with that. Price of Adam, way to go. That's right. That's not Little Red Corvette, though. What is that, Revolutions or something? Well, I digress. We're going to move on from that.
Before we move on totally.
Yep.
AI did ask me, she said, do you have a favourite word? So I told her Machiavellian. And she said, Machiavellian is a fascinating word that carries a strong connotation. It's derived from the name, and I didn't know this, Niccolò Machiavelli, an Italian Renaissance political philosopher. Machiavellian person is often described as cunning, scheming, and manipulative. They prioritize their own goals and are willing to use any means necessary to achieve them, often disregarding morality and ethics. It's a word that evokes images of political intrigue, power plays, and strategic maneuvering.
How appropriate for today. So, are you saying...
You don't know that, Adam. Did you know that? No, that came from about a guy, no? Machiavelli himself. No, I didn't know that. I knew that, but I didn't know you didn't know it.
I didn't know. Adam didn't know it either. But it isn't a very appropriate word for the day, isn't it? Machiavellianism is perfect for Witsit.
Yes, exactly. That was really good, Adam.
Isn't that a Tupac album?
Tupac album.
Yes, sir. Yesterday. So.
Whoever's speaking they got to raise their voice and belly up.
Is that better?
That's
How about that?
Much better.
Okay. I said Brian knew about it 2 weeks ago, though.
Yeah. We've got. To
I
concede
absolutely
that
did.
I knew Brian knew what that person was attached to that word. I knew Brian knew that.
I didn't know that Brian didn't know that Adam didn't know what it meant.
Did you know that I knew that Brian knew?
Yes, I did. Felt it.
What you did.
All right, let's roll. I can't remember where this is at exactly. I think this is the insult. We didn't get past the insult to the panel. Let's get a feel for it. I'll go 5 seconds. Let's get a radio check. Here we go, 5 seconds.
Simultaneously goes through two slits, collides with itself, is sentient, knows it's being observed, and transcends time.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah, I almost got hypnotized there.
Loud, but other than that.
Was it loud for you? Turn it down a little bit.
Oh, yeah, I've got local, haven't I? Yeah, great.
All right, here we go.
The double slit is not an experiment. It has a man-made device.
We're back. I am not going to say anything. We're just going to roll.
Are we not biting on this?
No, don't bite on it. We're going to let it roll on by.
You know, and it's not a naturally occurring phenomenon until you beg the question and reify your interpretation of the double slit. I don't have a problem with logic and philosophy, and if you guys want to be atomists, that's okay. But
atomist? Where did that come from? You're not an atomist? I find that hard to believe. Are you conflating atomist with materialist? You don't know what that means either, you clown. So another false dichotomy. Atomist. You're either an atomist or an Eferite, right? You moron. Do I got an offer a third choice to destroy that train wreck of a belly laugher? Clown. Oh, and light's not made of atoms, you moron.
call it for what
retard.
What it is, and everyone is taking their victory lap.
Second grade retard could take their victory lap over the bullshit you spun here today and a number of days before. It was 1702. Clown.
Confused. No one's addressed the.
You're confused. That's the title of your autobiography.
Actual argument. We have only two potentially viable frameworks that have been offered for interpretation.
Viable frameworks that offered for interpretation. I thought that you were trying to prove your Efers. How did we get here?
This is part of the Jedi mind trick, isn't it? This is part, yeah. So you can't use science. Yeah, you've got to have logical frameworks to determine things.
Logical frameworks to determine natural phenomena. It's a category there.
No. Be careful, because at the moment the purpose of the logical framework is to invoke a logical conclusion that ether exists, something that currently is not sitting in the natural world. No, it'd like me to, and maybe we're going to try and invoke it by a logical framework.
Yeah, but he's using it.
Method.
He's using it as a logical framework. Now you're anticipating. Now he's saying that you can use two philosophies to interpret your environs. That is, atoms or atomistic, or atomism or Eferites. You already had Efer. It's a philosophy for interpretation, right? But in logic,
the outcomes.
What I'm saying in here is natural phenomena and logic. They're two. It's an unfordable gap. It's non sequitur category error. You following me?
Yes, yeah. I don't disagree with that.
It has nothing. They have nothing to do with each other. It has nothing to do with logic. He doesn't know what logic is. He's an idiot.
Atomism and the ether. Now you guys have
atomism and the ether. That's the only philosophies you can have. It's not a false dichotomy. What a clown.
Obviously don't like the ether, but I want to know how some.
No, it's not that we don't like the ether. We just don't know what it is. That's what we've been trying to ask you for the past 6 years. What is that monkey? We don't have if you can demonstrate it, we're good. It's no problem. I don't get it.
Neither do they.
Yeah, right. All right, let's let him go.
How atomism is more scientifically verifiable. You also don't.
More scientifically verifiable. Atomic structure is not science, you glue sniffer. So you see what he does? He offers a false dichotomy to put him on the same playing level. And the playing level, the adjudicator, is whether it's science or not, but it's not science to begin with. He's a retard.
Don't always see light.
It isn't. I didn't claim it was. Nor am I using it to claim all-encompassing fields of everything. So you're attacking this like I'm using it to make some claim about something, and I'm not.
You are, though. You're claiming light is a physical chunk.
So third time's the charm. He's obviously deaf, ladies and gentlemen. I gave you an example, literally 2 minutes ago, Witsit, of how I accept and acknowledge my own ignorance in regards to that's humankind's basic understanding of light. I accept that. I do not, as you've just accused me of the second time, despite me giving an example of where I do not do that, reify the mathematical descriptions. I don't do that. I understand that our language is limited, and sometimes I fall victim of giving an implication of things like a journey when it comes to light. Something I can't verify and accept.
Why are you defending this when that was his poster child claim for proof of ether was the travel of light? Why are you defending it?
Implication.
The implication. Thanks.
Substitutarianism.
Thanks. That's what I thought.
That I am ignorant.
Did he Jedi mind trick you?
No.
I think so.
Ignorant of. So I don't reify.
He's dodging any chance of Witsit holding into a claim. Yeah?
All right.
Particles.
That's what I heard there. Unnecessary anti-establishment for himself from the path of a photon. Unnecessary, but it kind of caught Witsit off guard because, Witsit wants you to make a claim, even if it's just that light has a journey.
He wants me to be the claimant, basically. And what I'm trying to do is sever that implication that he's foisting upon me, because he needs me to be making claim so he can stack his claim up against it, like the ballers used to do.
Okay.
Electrons, or orbits of electrons, or any of the notions that are used to, in a crude way, describe something. That's all they are, descriptions. However, I'll say it once more, it's the actual argument as far as I can see that you haven't acknowledged. There is something occurring. Light, and the diffraction thereof, is definitely a phenomena we can study and have.
No, you're presupposing that light's traveling from point A to point B.
I'm not.
So he charges Nathan with presupposing light's travel when the goober's #1 poster child example of his ether question proof was light traveling. Everyone remember that? Yeah, there you go. Contradiction number 1865.
Oh, I've just said the opposite to that. That's fourth time he's done it. No,
How do you have
not.
diffraction?
No, I'm not. What I can demonstrate is light is produced at one. Are you telling me, Witsit, by your last statement, that you do not accept that a lighthouse turns on and produces light and you see it? Because that's essentially what you're disagreeing with at this stage. Frustrating, but we'll have to break this down.
That's where it originates. That's where it manifests visibly.
That's where it manifests visibly. We're at the lighthouse. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the lighthouse and you being far away from the lighthouse, you moron. So what do you mean that's where where? It manifests at the lighthouse or it manifests in our eyeballs? You clown of an idiot.
The darkness is the medium.
Thanks for that.
Just like radio is.
Just like radio? What does that have to do with a lighthouse?
Not visible.
Yeah, but light from a lighthouse is visible. You clown of a retard.
All spectrums of light is not visible.
So what? Thanks a lot, Captain Obvious.
The darkness is the medium.
Hey, where's
that gave it away to me about light not all being visible was that subcategory. Visible section. What we're seeing here is repetition of Google facts to try and establish something. Because Nathan's pointing out he's not going to be held to wits it, mate, and that's what he's desperate for here. It's not to prove his own point, but for Nathan to make some statement that he can attack.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, I'm not saying yeah, but I'm not agreeing any of that. Adam is 100% correct. When I say as a joke, the darkness is the medium, that is what he's claiming. If he's claiming light is omnipresent, present everywhere all the time, and it doesn't travel from A to B, then the darkness is the medium. That's the implication.
It is
Does
not.
that
They
work
made
again?
no damn sense. And where's
Adam's
Yes, it does. Yeah, the
Hold on.
darkness.
Sorry. Adam's figured out where Witsit's been caught off guard because he's typically in a situation where whoever he's debating with is more than happy to throw out 101 different positive claims. Where he's trying to pin me to something, I won't. He's perceived that I'm describing a journey in the light, so he's going to peg me with that claim, not realising because he's trying to weasel in a claim that I have to make so he can stack something up against it. That's his original claim.
Yes.
Like you've pointed out. By me going, no, I'm not going to have anything be foisted on me as a claim in this regard. This is your job. And he's going, well, no, you're claiming light travels. Like, no, this is your claim from the last time you were here.
Yes.
He needs to stack something up against me. So he's picked that, not realising it's his own bloody claim.
Yeah, he's that stupid, yes. Yep.
He's started with atoms. With the atomists, he'd be an atomist.
Yep.
Yeah. Actually, thought it's his first point of goading. Yeah. Well, of course atoms exist. Yeah. He wants you to go, I can prove them scientifically. Actually, that he wouldn't. He's already proved he doesn't get that concept. But that was his first gambit.
I thought you were done again. Sorry.
And I was just saying that was his first gambit to get you to engage. Poking the bear was the first bit of atomism, his false dichotomy. He'd not done that, and he's then tried to hold you to that. It is a logical inference of what you're holding into. Like I said, yeah, it was weird the way you sidestepped it, and you can see now why you're doing it, because you're not going to be. He's the one that's in the positive position and should be, not what he's trying to do, which is turn it around.
But by trying to turn it around, he has successfully, in his mind, got me to bite on something by saying I won't accept something. So he's picked on that, and then now he's caught in a contradiction with his own claim.
Yep. Where's Flatsy and Bugger?
I think they're voting.
Was there a super chat? If not, I'll do a quick call to action. We had a super chat.
I can't see him.
Oh, I'm on that.
Okay.
Anyways, so just my call to action for the audience then. Smash the super chat if you want to support this channel. Please share the show if you've not done so already. Share button's only 2 clicks. Put you on your favourite MySpace or Bebo or Facebook, whatever it is you're using. Just click on that and let them know we're live right now.
We're happy to forego any super chats tonight. If Droid, could you do us a favour and post the link for Neil?
Yeah, thank you, Adam. I knew I forgot something, and that's what
I wanted to bring it in, so it's an opportune time to do so. Just to shout out Neil, love, praise. You know you're listening. Yeah, a pleasure not having you interrupt. Can't wait for you to come back and do so.
Neil has been involved.
If you could post that, that'd be amazing. So Neil's been in an accident and pretty bad. So if we can help him with some costs, family costs, just living costs at the moment, because he is the main breadwinner, I'd appreciate that. Over to you now, if you know a bit. Probably can give us an update because I've not been out of the loop.
Well, there's no update. I mean, he's been transported from where he had the accident in the local hospital back home by his brother. He was only making the journey to earn a crust. He's having to drive very long distances because his brother works in a different part of the world, so to speak. And he's just having to travel for miles and miles and miles. And then he's come back for his wedding anniversary and been probably driving longer than he should have done in the dark, and then ended up flipping the car, knackering up his back. Hopefully he's not paralysed, and smashing up all of his hand. He's just going to be unable to work, hence we're begging on his behalf, because he's got no means of bringing money in to feed the family, which is tragic. And yeah, hopefully we can see to it that our owner looked after, in this case Neil, in a time of desperation, because he can't go out and do any work, which means he's got no money. It's as simple as that, really. So yeah, we've been passing around his PayPal link. Help him out. If you give him $5 or something, that'd be really appreciated. I'm sure Neil would appreciate it, and his family, for that matter.
Hey, gentlemen, I'll share it on my channel too. I'll just put the link in the chat and I'll put it on there.
Thank you.
It's in there
Not a
now.
problem.
George popped it in, so yeah, thank you, Roger.
I
no
thought some
problem.
prayers go to Neil for his speedy recovery.
I will do that too. I got a question for you, gentlemen, right quick. Can you actually see in the dark? This came to mind.
Well, yeah. Seeing in the dark is kind of a contradiction in terms, because if you're going to say there's no visible light, then no, there's nothing for your eye to detect. Your eye can detect one photon. If there is even a tiny amount of visible light, you're going to detect it if it's entering your eye.
I see. Thank you, Nathan. I appreciate that.
I've heard that there are rainbows in the dark.
Also carrots.
Here we go. We miss you, Neil. We need you to come back to interrupt the show audibly. I'm missing it already.
Well, you're presupposing it travels from point A to point B. You're now detaching yourself for the implications of
implications. Wasn't that Brian's favorite word?
His favorite was
I
potato.
psychically knew it.
your claim.
We get it
of the
right.
photon.
You're saying that the light is not visible. So the light from the lighthouse turned on way over where isn't visible. Okay. This sounds like we're talking to somebody stupid. Light from the lighthouse is visible, Whitsit. That's why I got you to just literally tell me that the light from the lighthouse isn't bloody visible. This is stupid. A stupid line of argumentation, Whitsit. You're literally now telling me that it's not visible. That this spectrum, what? The light from the lighthouse, the spectrum from it isn't visible? That's absurd.
Didn't say that. I said not all light is visible.
What does that have to do with the lighthouse? Not all light is visible. Thanks, Captain Obvious. What does that have to do with the discussion? Nothing, because you're a moron.
So the light from the lighthouse isn't visible then, Whitsit, or did it get turned on over there and get seen over here?
It got turned on over there, quote unquote, and
quote unquote. So it got turned on over there, quote unquote. What the hell does that mean? No, it just got turned on over there, goober. Quote unquote, meat hook idiot.
Seen over here. And
right, so we have a phenomena. So when I'm describing light and its journey, as crudely as that may be perceived by you and my acknowledgement of that crude description, we definitely have it over there, seen over here. Yeah, okay, I acknowledge that. Now, if you put a slit in between, you can get it to diffract. That's a phenomena that we can observe in nature. Now, given that
wave
we can
interference
observe
pattern.
and getting rumpused. He's declared that this
Wave
isn't
interference
science
pattern.
and not an experiment. I'm taking that apart right now. It's okay. Just chill. Okay. Do you deny...
The argon pump laser fires entangled quanta. That's how they can be split.
Hold on a second.
LVA Paul, shut the hell up.
Before we get to entangled quanta, we're not on to the delayed choice yet, Paul. You're getting way ahead of the game. I appreciate that that's where we may end up. Okay, let's start with the basics. Light's coming from the lighthouse and coming over here. If you put a slit in between, you can get that light to have interference, aka diffraction. That's a natural phenomenon. If there's a tree between you and that lighthouse and there's a small enough slit in between the leaves, you can see the light diffract. That's natural. It occurs naturally. Do you not accept that as a natural phenomena? You said this wasn't science.
I don't accept that a single photon could go into locations simultaneously. That debunks the photon. So what's the
Huh?
Okay, non-responsive. It's
Yeah,
very
can a
simple.
wave go in two different directions? That statement was
that
moronic.
But it was intentionally moronic so as to divulge from the question, which was very simple and concise. Is this science?
But him saying that.
Now the question that Nathan asked simply was, diffraction, is that a natural phenomena? And he went off on his goober agenda and just train wrecked himself on his goober agenda with a red herring fallacy. That's what he just did.
Yeah, because remember he didn't realize that the photon has not been claimed to be split during the double slit demonstration or
but that's a red herring to Nathan's question.
It is a red herring, but when Nathan brought up diffraction, he's addressing diffraction but incorrectly. Go on, Adam.
No, is diffraction science is all that matters right now.
Right.
Right? Is diffraction within the purview of science and the scientific method? Right. That's where Nathan's holding Witsit to, because he's claimed it's not science.
Yep, that's where we're at.
That's not part of the double slit experiment. You've obviously got a misapprehension about what's going on in the double slit. That's not what's occurring.
Oh, he Jedi mind tricked Nathan to get off that topic. Now Nathan's gonna go. Is he gonna go down this road? Let's see.
You shoot a light at a double slit. They claim that a single photon enters two slits.
No, they don't. Who are they? And they're morons. They don't. You don't know dick about double slit or quantum mechanics, period.
Simultaneously collides with
That's
itself.
wrong. Yeah. You don't understand the double slit. Witsit.
Yeah, he doesn't. He's clueless.
Oh, so how is it a photon going through two slits?
Really?
So his question proof is, how is it a photon going through two slits? That's his rebuttal to what Nathan just said. He's a retard. That had nothing to do with Nathan. What Nathan told him the exact opposite of what he just claimed, or of his question proof.
Are we on the double slit now?
Yes.
Well, why?
He allowed Nathan. He Jedi mind tricked Nathan into a different topic.
Did he or did he not know? Because Nathan's pulled him back straight away, as he's tried to describe a different.
Is that fraction, and he thought that the photon was being split into two halves during the double slit, and Nathan is now correcting him that that's not the situation at all.
Sure.
So he was trying to, I think, kind of as a tributary off of that river, bring Nathan down a tributary that he thought he'd have Nathan on something, and he's just had that wrong.
Yep. Yeah, he train wrecked himself.
Where did we get the extra slit? We only had one. Nathan's got one slit where he's at right now.
Yep, he went to the double slit to show off his ignorance of the double slit. We can only thank him. Hold on a second.
Opportunity to say subscribe to Nathan Oakley 1980 and Nathan Oakley respectively.
Here we go.
Yeah, he doesn't understand the double slit. Sorry,
Neil understands this better than me.
Stop.
No one understands this better than you. You're delusional. You're not only Dunning-Kruger, you're delusional Dunning-Kruger. You're an asshat. Thanks, by the way.
Well, Nathan just showed that he understood it better. That wouldn't be nobody. That would be Nathan.
Yep.
This is going to get hilarious.
Oh, it's been hilarious already.
Hello. Can you hear me, QA?
Now I can.
Ah, cool. Brian, are you there?
We just spoke.
Sound check. Could you do the bugger bit for me? Shout
Superchat.
Thank you very much.
Say it
Brian.
in English.
Super stupid.
Okay, Tony Whitcomb. I've sent Neil 62 bucks, and he gets all of it in need. Thank you very much, Tony. Appreciate it, pal.
Way to go, Tony. Thank you.
There's been a whole bunch of you. Thank you, everyone that's given Neil money. I know he's going to be grateful. He's just not. He can't hold the phone and text at the same time. He's got a broken hand.
Can't hold the phone, can he? Right now, is he?
A walk.
Sarita doing it and licking fingers involved. So
she was in my chat earlier saying, people are like, "Hey, Neil." I'm like, actually, that's not going to be Neil. That's going to be his wife. And then she said, "Yeah, he shouted at me for not putting a letter into the chat quick enough to get the free membership." So he's still obviously well enough to moan at his wife while he's sat in a not being able to walk. Give me my free membership. Type H quickly.
That's so Neil. All right. Meanwhile, back at the ranch.
Double slit. Sorry, how high is your
Neil
IQ
understands
again?
this better than me.
Stop talking.
This is going to get hilarious.
Stop.
What? This is going to get hilarious.
Oh, my Lord. See, there's another poker tell. Now, either he does know or he doesn't know that he's just been caught out. Because I think he does realise, hence the bullshit. Nobody understands this more than me.
Jesus.
If you use that in conversation with someone, yeah, really, that is, I know I've virtually beat you now. Because you've got no response. You're just claiming you've got a bigger than anybody else, aren't you? In desperation.
Yes. Yes, that's it. And he said it's going to get hilarious. Now, it's been hilarious from the beginning. And you're the principal. You asshat of a clown show. Keep on going. Love it.
Oh, no one understands it better than you.
Everybody stop.
Which one you talking about?
That means you, Neil. Sorry, how high is your IQ?
0.0001, and I'm highballing.
You think that the claim of the double
high enough?
Go ahead.
High enough.
What does IQ have to do with the double slit experiment? Nothing.
Apparently, if your IQ is above 140, you forget what the double slit is.
Apparently, that's the case.
Okay. So your understanding of the double slit, misapprehension of the double slit, is that you fire a photon of light and it simultaneously goes through both?
I'm asking you. I don't believe in photons.
No, it doesn't.
I'm not
no,
retarded.
That's incorrect.
No, you're asking him. No, you made the claim that it did. You're not
He
asking
stated
him
that.
that.
Yeah, I put that to him because he stated that specifically earlier. I'm paraphrasing back his own claim to him because he said it earlier.
He doesn't know what he claims like 5 seconds beforehand.
That's when Nathan laughed, though. That's why I said he's shitting it now. Nathan's actually verbally laughed as a reaction to his previous claim that the photon simultaneously goes through both slits. Or splits and goes. I can't remember the exact phrase, which is why Nathan's now trying to clarify his claim that he's now trying to disassociate himself from.
Yep.
Yeah.
You don't know which path the light goes through.
Hey, how do you get the wave interference pattern with a single photon?
You don't.
Just gave him the answer.
That was perfect.
I did it in a way that made it seem conversational. I'm such a prick.
Yeah, you're a prick, and he just fell right into it. I love that. Was the best. It's the best of the best, right there, Nathan. Kudos. I was
going to go. Oh, you just. Sorry.
Go ahead, Nathan.
I was excusing myself. The kids want to do sparklers. It's Sky Forks night. I don't normally excuse myself in the middle of a stream, but they want to do sparklers, so I'll see you in 10 minutes.
Go have fun. Get that bucket of sand ready.
What wasn't that priceless, Adam?
I was about to go, why are you being so kind? But you can see he's not twigged, does he? He still thinks it's the both path as opposed to the which path.
We got to hear that again.
Do it again, and let's see if he's actually picked up on the charity. Very Christian charity from Mr. Nathan Oakley there. Oh, before you do, though, Ryan. Oh, wait there. We might. Yes!
It's Booger there!
I knew you'd love to hear him after hearing Brian last time.
I had just gotten here when Brian called it out last time. So Tony Whitcomb sent, Neil is like Arnie, the Terminator, going into the molten liquid and sticking up the middle finger.
Yeah, that's really good, Tony. Thanks for that. That was a good visual. Yeah, he's exactly like that. You pinpointed him. Booger, super drop. All right, nothing then. Here we go.
What do you? Oh, I was muted. Do you want him to hear you?
Yes, super drop.
A super drop.
It's an inside joke between me and Booger. So I pulled a J, Adam. Watch this perfection. You're so stupid, Witsit. You fell right into the face plant, right into the cement pond. You dove right into it. I love this, by the way. Here we go.
Path the light goes through.
Okay, how do you get the wave interference pattern with a single photon?
You don't.
Oh, I nearly swore that. I'm so sorry. I've not swore all night. Booger comes in and that made me swear. That is beyond. So how do you get the wave interference pattern then?
So
when the photon goes through both slits? After the photon's gone through both slits, how do you get the wave interference pattern? What? Wave?
How does it feel, Witsit, you ass clown, to have your own self go ahead and build up the shovel, the spade shovel, place the spade shovel on the bonfire for about 2 hours, pull the spade shovel out, and then beat yourself in the face with it with one comment? How does that? I don't know how that feels. Never happened to me. Can you tell us? Can you come on and tell us how that feels? You idiot of a clown. My God. Thank you for that.
We don't.
No.
Okay, well, the quote unquote.
Well, the quote unquote colloquial quote unquote. Shut the fuck up.
That hits the sheet.
Hits the sheet? What?
It creates a wave interference pattern.
Really? One? Why he's gonna train wreck himself over and over here?
One. So what's the wave function of a single impact on a sensor? What's it? You give me the...
A better way would have been, what is the wavelength of that photon? That would have been better. But it's still okay.
The probability of where the next one will hit based on one impact.
That's all this is a probability.
You asked me where the
function.
wave was. I said you can't get one. You brush past you brush past that humiliating defeat pretty quickly. Do you want to acknowledge that?
You don't realize that you were defeated right there? That you defeated your own self? What? Yeah, you glue sniffer. You were defeated. You train wrecked yourself. My God. Do I need to explain it to you again? Idiot.
No, you can't get a wave function from a single photon hitting a photographic plate or sensor. You can't do.
Note that we're nowhere near Efer. Right? Just make a mental note of that.
Do that, Witsit. So, given that you didn't really.
Say again?
All we're doing right now is describing the journey of a photon of light. Yeah, something that he affirmed previously, but is here now to disavow. Strangely, that's all we're doing. No ether talk again. That's the pertinent point, QE. Yeah.
Yep.
This guy is the etherite. And what's he doing? Well, other than demonstrating, he doesn't know what the single slit, the double slit is, and that neither of them And Nathan's doing a good job, yeah?
Yep.
And we're getting to wavelength. All these respectfully, we say, what are you doing other than showing you haven't got a clue whether it's your arse or your elbow?
Yep.
You're talking out of, because genuinely, your rebuttal you invoke, to invoke a wave at this point just shows your ignorance. And Nathan's just held you to that with regards to a single photon. What's that? And we shouldn't critique Nathan on this bit, I don't think, on what's the best way to highlight his stupidity, or is it? It's not stupidity, he's ignorant on the topic. Yeah, so he's done it perfectly well. How do you derive that from one photon?
Sure.
But before you press play, I'm not the best at explaining this, but only go and learn. Anybody who's not understanding why this is such a laughable thing, go and look about wavelength of light and how the energy of that photon is described. This is what's strange. But Witzit's been around long enough and must know this.
No, he doesn't. None.
What? Why then? Yeah. But see, my accusation is deeper. He must know this, but he's still prepared to invoke it because he wants a ripple in the ether. He wants a wave in the ether. So we'll ignore the things that I would suggest to you he has learned and does know from you. Quantum eraser. Yeah. He must have picked this bit up. He's just choosing to ignore it because it's not congruent with his paradigm. Beautiful word, congruent.
He's just pulling idiot stuff out of his ass and getting compromised because he's a moron. He's making a horse's ass out of himself. But he's Jedi mind tricked himself to think that he's not, that he's putting up a rebuttal. He's putting up a defense.
Adam, the photon is the medium.
Oh, brother.
But is it a photon of light or a photon of dark?
Dark light.
Or sensor. You can't do that with it. So given...
That question from Adam is rhetorical, Brian. We're going to continue.
I have an answer if I was waiting for that.
A rhetorical answer.
Are you ready?
Come on,
The medium is made up of dark photons.
See? And the perturbation in those dark photons means that the receiver will receive a light photon.
What's
the perturbation of the dark photons? It's the sensor.
Wait a second. If the light photon, if the visible photons require a medium and the medium is the dark photons, then what's the medium for the dark photons?
All photons are
the light photons
and light.
This is funny because we're going to get to this. So you keep that idea.
Not an idea. It's a fundamentalist religious belief of the Aetherians. Oh, dare you.
All right, here we go.
Photographic plate or sensor. You can't do that with it. So given that you didn't really acknowledge and brush past pretty quickly the fact that there is no wave with a single impact detection, can you tell me where the wave, that light that impacted the plate, had a wave to go through, given that there's no wave to be derived with a single impact, as I said to you? Maybe you didn't hear me say it twice. You brushed past it pretty quickly.
You're under the impression that a single impact happened.
You can't derive waves from a single impact. So
that doesn't happen.
Wave.
So now it doesn't happen. Then why were you arguing for the past 5 minutes with him, train wrecking yourself? Now all of a sudden it doesn't happen, you glue sniffer. What a clown you are. Watch what happens.
Witsit, did that single quantized chunk go through, given that there's no wave function to derive with a single impact? Go.
How's a single impact? You actually think there's just one at a time? Is that what you think happens?
Yes.
What we think. No, it's what we know for an absolute fact. I showed it on the first episode. I'm not going to show it here. Yeah, single impacts of photons. Yes. Yeah. It happens constantly. There's a video under every single one of my videos since they've been in existence, and every single one of Nathan's videos. There's a video in the description showing this phenomena. So he's just throwing shit at the wall, hoping something sticks, but he's making a horse's ass out of himself. Which it is right now. Get ready to get jacked yard, clown.
This is photons.
Say again?
Right, Brian first.
Kind of like what happens with photons.
Yeah.
Sticking stuff at the wall.
Yep.
So,
Okay, go ahead, Adam. Quickly.
again, I can only comment. There's the level of disingenuousness in this conversation or idiocy.
Idiocy.
Because what is evoked as a response is that, oh, so you're saying that the way in which this whole thing is done and validated is real. And he's saying, oh, you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't fight. Well, that's not a response. Again, yeah, this guy's supposed to have 160 IQ. He must therefore realize that his response is non sequitur and only demonstrates either ignorance or that he thinks something is the opposite of what's demonstrable.
Yes. And that he went along with for 5 minutes before he made, because he knows his ass was grass. You know what? I can't speak to what retards know. However, I know he's just throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks, because why would you do that? Why would you go on with this? Shouldn't that have been your first objection?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, what the hell are you talking about? Photons. What single photon's going through? Idiot clown.
How's a single impact? You actually think there's just one at a time? Is that what you think happens?
Yes, there's a demonstration in the info box below this video. An argon pump laser firing a quantized chunk of light at a photographic sensor. Yeah, it's been below every single video for the last 1,000 shows, actually.
Boom! DOA. Dead on arrival again. Glue sniffer Witsit. You are such an ass clown, but you think you're clever, but all your cleverness, you run right into the wood chipper every single time. You ass clown. Good for you.
Come on.
Actually, Witsit.
No, come on here. Nobody was expecting to have the wood chipper in the info box below for the last 1,000 episodes. That was brilliant. Yeah,
yeah it was.
That is. You want evidence? Well, it's in every single box. Eat that goal. Eat my goal. That is.
Exactly. You're an ass clown, Witsit. How else are you going to smash yourself in the face with a spade shovel here this morning?
So, yes, absolutely, there's a demonstration available to everybody who watches every show ever. Surprisingly, your embarrassing defeat that you're about to rumpus is indeed the fact that you cannot derive a wave from a single impact. The thing you brush past pretty quickly. Where's the wave? Do you want to just tell me where the wave is? Because your ether depends on it. For the single
waves are not things.
Do you want to just tell me where the wave is? Your ether belief depends on waves.
He's still on his wave or not things. He doesn't know the difference.
No, he's not. He's trying to get Witsit back to his wave. He's imagining. See, Witsit's tried to invoke a wave. Now, in the mind of the debater that's not informed, who maybe hasn't picked up on how you derive a wave function based on the distribution of lots of quanta, yeah? He's trying to bring him back to the fact that there is no wave, yeah? There is no spoon, young Padawan, yeah? Just sit, yeah? There is only the wave function derived from the multiple single impacts. This is the point I think Nathan's getting him to, because he's still bullshitting as if there's a wave that can explain this. There is no bloody wave.
Well, remember that.
And light needing them. So, with this single quantized chunk impact, tell me where that wave is, please.
There isn't a single photon that is a...
There's a demonstration...
He's still denying that it even exists. What an ass clown, Witsit.
Below every single video for the last 1,000 shows, you can see a single quantized chunk, a photon, hitting a photographic plate, aka sensor. It's demonstrated linked below. 1,000 shows have had it. So, no, yeah, that is actually the case. You can show a single quantized chunk, quanta,
That's what quantum mechanics is based on. But that quantized chunk being demonstrated to hit a photographic plate and showing a single impact doesn't have enough information to derive a wave from. That's about the 5th time I've said it. So given that your ether belief depends on wave, as he interrupts and Fundy mutes this question again, where's your wave that the light must travel through when a single quantized chunk hits the photographic plate? Which is 6th time I've asked.
Okay. So you don't actually shoot a single photon just
He just keep hammering yourself in the face with a spade shovel. You idiot of a clown.
Well, what he's doing now is slightly different. What he's doing there now is he's trying to, at this point, invoke, right, because I know where he's going, because I've dealt with him. He's trying to now invoke that the light is already there.
No, just don't anticipate.
Plate.
Don't anticipate. Nope, he's stating. Nope, he's stating that you can't fire a single photon. Yeah. Don't anticipate. That's not what he's saying, Brian.
I know you were going to say that to me.
Yeah, don't do it.
That is all he's said
Jesus.
so far. He's denied it. Nathan said no, it's in the info box below. Yeah, go check the wood chipper out, and he's just denied it again. He's just hand waved it as if, yeah, that doesn't mean anything. No. Yeah. That's all he's done. And
Yeah,
just
that's all
rolled
he's
on.
done.
because you keep saying
1,000 shows have had this link below, and it's the basis of quantum. It's quantized chunks of light, single chunk, single piece of light hitting a photographic plate. Yes, you can. It's been linked below 1,000 shows. Don't start your next response with "that's not possible." Yes, it absolutely is.
Admittedly, you just get the probability to be so low you think.
Where'd you get the probability if there's only one impact?
Oh my God.
Where'd you get the probability?
Feigned exasperations to the Lord and Savior is they're not going to save your dumb ass here. You're already buried 10 times over.
Right.
Clown show.
Listen to his response though. Probability. I told you he knows the probability. Yes, it is a probability distribution. Yeah, otherwise known as a wave function. Yeah, he knows this, and this is why you can see he's a liar now, a duplicitous liar, because he's just in his first knowledge rebuttal without thinking, giving the game away. Yeah?
He doesn't know. He's just repeating what Nathan stated.
No, you call him dumb. I know he knows these things.
He doesn't.
He's lying about it.
He doesn't. He heard Nathan say it, so he just begot it.
Come on. Any Ethereum should start out with how was the wavelength of particular light derived? How do you actually, define it? It's a great starting place. And like I said, you could think so until he's just given that word away. It's a probability.
He just begot it. What the hell are you on with wavelength? Telling what the wavelength of light is? You better just fucking cease and desist.
Oh, the final bit was on Nathan. How'd you get a probability from 1? I thought that was very clever.
Oh yeah, he's been saying that the whole time.
Probability if there's only one impact. Probability is.
He's freaking out. No, he's asking you a question he's asked you 6 times now. He's not freaking out, you little Nancy fag. You're busted again.
Sorry, probability is more than one piece of information needs to derive probability.
That doesn't sound like he's freaking out to me, shits it. Your goose is cooked, isn't it? That's your deuce 7 offsuit. Ain't gonna work.
Where will it hit next? Well, if it's only hit once, where'd you get the probability, Whitsit?
For the 8th time. Go ahead and tell him that you can't get a single impact again. What's it?
Listen carefully. You don't actually isolate a single chunk at a time.
He did it again. You ass clown. Thanks. Appreciate it. You'll never recover from this.
What does quantum mean?
Should do. It's in a video demonstrated in 1,000 shows. Link below. Got Morgan Freeman being demonstrated how an argon pump laser can fire a single quantized chunk, the basis of all quantum mechanics, at a photographic plate to show one single photon impact. Yes, it can. 7th time. Given that you can absolutely without question show a single quantized chunk hitting a photographic plate, I'd like you, who can't even acknowledge this can even be done, to explain where you get a wave from, given that a wave function is the probability of where the next impact will take place. Now, with one impact...
Not let me explain it.
Not yet let you explain what? What are you attempting to explain? That you don't know, Dick? That you just contradicted yourself about 6 times? You don't have to explain that to us. We heard you. What are you going to explain?
It's because you keep starting by telling me that that's not possible. You can't have one single impact. You can't have quanta. The whole basis of quantum mechanics is wrong according to your first statement. I'm going to stop you.
Quantum mechanics is beyond retarded.
Quantum mechanics is beyond retarded, huh? Remember I asked you friggin' open-toed, sandaled, really bad breath retards. You were supposed to send me videos of you picketing, Broadcom, Advanced Micro Devices, Intel, Taiwan Semiconductor. You were supposed to show me those videos of you idiots outside picketing, saying quantum mechanics is retarded.
I love it.
Super stupid.
Roger Ledwell sent, shut up, Neil. Praying for you.
Thanks. Where
just
do
again,
what? Go ahead, Adam.
Just to bring it back for there again, poker tells. On what level of intellectual debate, would you, when you're talking about the double slit, single slit, or also, is it reasonable that a person with 160 IQ, after really losing the conversation, comes back with a rebuttal of quantum physics is beyond retarded? At what point should you actually realise that this is a point to disengage with this man? Is he a liar or he's got no argument? Listen to that quality.
Yep.
For as irate as Nathan's getting, every bit, however I pitched or whether it's on track, it's on the point, and it's not non sequitur and a demonstration that you've lost. But again, it's about Machiavellian tactics, isn't it?
Yes.
What are you doing, mate? Why are you here? Because it ain't to learn, and you've demonstrated you've got a lot to learn. You're here to deceive.
With that statement, the Mr. Magoo retard has just denied the entire electronics industry, semiconductors, superconductors, conductors, and insulators, the entire computer, spectroscopy, solar energy, fiber optics, all of radiology, all of digital photography, smartphones, and modern televisions. Essentially everything and anything with a chip or a transistor in it. Like I said before, with that idiotic of a glue-sniffing retard statement is tantamount to Dale Earnhardt Jr. during an in-race interview denied the existence of internal combustion engines. That's what.
That's a good one.
That's what he just did. That's
a
what
Machiavellian.
That's what E for belief leads you to right here. This fucking clown doesn't even know what a semiconductor is. All of it. The whole thing is based on quantum mechanics. The atomic structure and quantum mechanics. Everything. The whole fucking thing.
Oh, why did you get triggered there? Why did you take his bite? the point of my critique was how pathetic. He's done two really pathetic things in that last statement. The first, right, is to invoke that quantum mechanics is beyond retarded. And the second, which I think is probably a greater sin to any American, would be that Morgan Freeman's lying. I think that was shocking.
It's also a reification fallacy, isn't it? Suggests that quantum mechanics, the scientific validity quantum mechanics has offered humanity, has been detailed by QE. That's an outcome of a methodology called science, as opposed to somebody that can have their brain regress.
Let me go find it.
It is the quality of the critique. It's beyond retarded. It's not valid because of blah 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 blah. Yeah, it's just beyond retarded. You're stupid. It's
not you're stupid. It's ascribing that description to quantum mechanics. Therefore, it's reification and anthropomorphization.
Yeah, it's stupid. You're stupid. You are.
That's a good word. Anthropomorphization.
It's not pretty. It's just descriptive. It's not onomatopoeia, is it?
Cellar door.
Alarm door.
QE disappeared.
No, I was looking for something. Let's take a look at this.
I would. Oh.
On Flatsy.
Go ahead, Flatsy.
Oh, I was just gonna say that quantum mechanics, especially anyone in that field of study or whatever, are very humble. And they don't act like they just know everything that there is to know about light and all that. So I don't know. It just seems to me like just because that's some sort of humble admission that this gives them free reign to go ahead and fill the gaps.
From the Physics Academy, you guys ain't going to see this. From the Physics Academy. At the bottom, the entire computer industry is built on quantum mechanics. Modern semiconductor-based electronics rely on band structure of solid objects. This is solid-state physics, people. This is fundamentally a quantum phenomena. Duh. Depending on the wave nature of electrons. Yeah, right. And because we understand that wave nature, what wave? We can manipulate the electrical properties of silicon, mixing in just tiny fraction of the right other elements, they call it doping, changes the band structure. What band structure? Yeah, the valence and conduction bands, you might ask. Well, where did they come from? Atomic structure, brought to you by quantum mechanics. We know exactly what to add and how much to use thanks to our detailed understanding of the quantum nature of matter. Has nothing to do with fucking waves, idiot. Stacking up layers of silicon, there we go, doped. That's what I was looking for. Doped with different elements allows us to make transistors on the nanometer scale. Millions of these are packed together in a single block of material make the computer chips that power all technological gadgets that are so central to modern life. Desktops, laptops, tablets, smartphones, and even small household appliances and kids' toys are driven by computer chips that simply would not be possible to make without our modern understanding of quantum physics. Your smartphone literally contains billions of transistors and other semiconductor elements. These can work on the building blocks of digital electronic logic because of quantum mechanics. Only quantum physics makes it possible to design the silicon-based materials in these integrated circuits to where they are now. End of citation, you glue-sniffing idiot.
Smartphones are retarded.
Thank you very much, you ass clown. My God.
So you just...
Oh, is it really?
Okay, there you go.
Oh, right. What's a semiconductor?
You won't even let me...
What's a semiconductor?
Tell me what a semiconductor is.
Why should he tell you what a semiconductor is? He asked you what one was.
Because you just said quantum mechanics is beyond retarded. reasonable question after that statement.
Yep.
And after your description, QA. Yeah. Nathan, you're on fire here, mate. That was quick.
Yeah. What was his response? You tell me what a semiconductor is, Nathan. Deuce 7 offsuit. Ass clown. You're getting your ass ripped through your throat here today, aren't you?
Oakley, since you know so much.
What?
A second grade retard knows more than you.
Again, you see, he knows he's lost. Yeah. Now, that's not to say he could or he couldn't describe. I couldn't do semiconductors. It's not my field. Yeah. But he knows it's going to destroy him.
Yep.
So it's a reversal of the burden. The best you can do here is now get Nathan to engage in how semiconductors work.
Yep.
Yeah. Then destroy that your asinine claim that quantum physics is beyond retarded is as asinine and retarded. Right, I want one more. I want to read one more thing. The Machiavellian keeps popping up, right? Last bit of it, right? They prioritize their own goals and are willing to use any means necessary to achieve them, often disregarding morality and ethics.
Yes.
It's a lucky word for tonight, isn't it? This Machiavellian behavior, what's it?
Yes. It's right on point. The irony of it all.
Why is it that I ask you a question about something you've just declared to be nonsense, and you immediately flip it back onto me, Whitsit?
Because he's got Deuce 7 offsuit? And you called his friggin' bluff? That's why.
We're not anywhere near talking about his belief in a medium for the light to traverse as a wave.
You're going to find out that claim is also going to change. Stay tuned, idiot clown ether boy.
And I explained on this show how wave function, the probability distribution of the impacts of quanta, were used to give you wavelength, the description of all of the lights, based on their diffraction patterns.
He doesn't understand that. Are you saying that he understands that, Adam? That what Nathan just said? Yeah, I'd shut up too.
Now, those diffraction patterns can be built up with one impact at a time. You can do that. It's linked below and has been for 1,000 shows. Meanwhile, Whitsit isn't telling my audience where his wave is involved when you fire basically just a bit of light. A photographic plate. All that's happening is a photographic plate is seeing a bit of light come out of a machine. That's all that's happening. And he's saying, that can't happen. Yeah, it can. You can have a single impact on a photographic plate. Definitely can. And you can continually fire quantized chunks of light through a slit and build up the diffraction pattern one impact at a time. But when you've only got the first impact, there is no wave function to derive a wave for you to reify it into a medium.
Okay. How does a photographic plate detect the photon, Oakley?
Oh, you. Now, there's a football phrase here, and it's called shithousery.
Yep.
And again, yeah, that ultimately was a conceding of the point.
Yep.
To go, okay, then. So how does it actually work? Yeah. The thing that you've kind of not conceded. That's what's disingenuous. It's
yeah, but it's going to lead. But it's going to lead into another dumpster fire for Whitsit.
I'm not.
For the audience's benefit, just one sec. Just for the audience's benefit, where Adam says, "Oh, shithousery, he's not conceded," he's asking about something else. What's the point that's not been conceded? Well, he needs a wave at this stage of the discussion for ether, and I'm taking apart where wave function is created through probability distribution of individualized chunks. That's the discussion point. What's the reply? How does the plate work? Complete non sequitur response.
Yes, but it leads to another train wreck of a dumpster fire. At least 3. Here they come.
Well, I think that he's just, if he would just be honest and like give the information that he does know or may know
Doesn't.
or thinks he knows. If he would just do that instead of being so condescending, and I don't know, it just seems like his attitude is what caused this rift.
It's Dunning-Kruger. He doesn't know.
Yep,
At this
exactly.
point. So, in order for me to comprehend this stuff, there's a staged introduction to science and understanding the basic principles of science, then later understand the principles of quantum mechanics in this instance, right? Well, you've got to have one before the other as a foundation. Well, he doesn't. It's glaringly obvious he doesn't understand how science works. He's too busy hijacking it for his ether claims with Michelson-Morley experiments that aren't. Understand how science functions. That's really obvious. He doesn't know what he doesn't know, so when he whistles past stuff, I don't necessarily, as Adam might, give him the credit for knowing that he needs to glance past this stuff. He probably didn't realise that he's been obliterated in a non-functional wave with a single impact. He doesn't know that he's just ignorant.
Yes.
To Flatsy, to be honest, would be to say, I actually don't know about this.
Right, exactly.
Say that.
When you were able to lay out how he was wrong, like just show some humility, you know. Instead, he doubles down, and I don't know why.
Because he's a delusional Dunning-Kruger moron. That's why. He's a fanatical religitard, and his religion is Efer. So anything. He's a Machiavellian moron.
Exactly.
There's no wave function to derive a wave for you to reify it into a medium.
Okay. How does a photographic plate detect the photon, Oakley?
So you're asking me how photographs work?
This is classic. I love this. This is what you get, you glue-sniffing Efer idiot. Reap the whirlwind now.
You're telling me that you don't appreciate that a photographic plate can have an iris open and let light onto it?
You don't even know how it works.
So you're telling me I don't know how it works? I know that photos...
You just won't let it go, will you?
No, because technically, the light's already there on the plate, isn't it, Brian?
You dick. Shut up.
The darkness is the light, right, Brian?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, you don't need, what you're doing with that iris is inconsequential, right?
Shut up.
Like
How do irises work, Adam? How does an iris work?
You don't even know how it works.
So you're telling me I don't know how it works? I know that photos exist and that light is captured by an emulsion.
Oh, you set him up when you said emulsion. I love it.
Or a sensor for us to later look at. And in this case, we have a single dot. That would be a quantized chunk of light hitting what is essentially just a photographic plate. That's all it is. But you're going to question the very validity of whether or not photographs can take place?
Wait, you think it's taking a picture?
Yeah, that is precise.
This guy is below a retard. He's below it. A retard.
You'd have thought the words photographic plate would have given the game away.
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Here we go.
Place?
Wait, you think it's taking a picture?
Yeah, that is precisely what it's doing. It's a photographic sensor, you bonehead. My God, you're as ignorant as they get when it comes to this. You literally don't know what they're doing. Yes, Witsit, they're taking a photo. Did the word photographic plate not give the fucking game away?
I love that. Outstanding performance. Of course, you really didn't have to do too much. Just give the chainsaw to the 3-month-old. He's going to chop his own legs off. How sweet it is. Ass clown. What else you got to say?
Photographic plate, you shit for brains moron. My God. You are an embarrassment to me, you stupid little boy.
Okay, so they don't actually...
Okay, that means sit down and shut up, you stupid little idiot.
Yeah, everyone can tell you're.
Yeah, shut up. Your time here talking to us like you've got something to say is over, Dumbo. Shut up, sit down, and know just how ignorant you are. You're asking whether or not photos can happen, you moron. My God, we're surrounded by complete retards in Florida.
That, I think, is a perfect level of disdain as to where he took the level of intellect.
Hey, belly up to the bar.
As it slid away, sorry. I said that is the perfect level of disdain, Nathan. Yeah? It's almost a disappointment. And that's kind of where we are today. Why we don't want you here, Witsit. We don't want you identifying with Flat Earth. You're either so retarded or so Machiavellian.
That's so retarded.
Are a detriment to this society
Yes.
that we're in. But, yeah?
Yeah.
Go away. Go and just preach ether. Yeah? Never mention Flat Earth again. Yeah?
Yep.
Go and tell people about your waves.
He's gonna deny. He's gonna deny those waves. By the way,
Well, somehow that's not surprising.
you're not prepared for that.
I'm always ready to upgrade my knowledge into perturbation, manifestation,
Oh, this
as
is
opposed to just a wave function.
You know, I think the another thing to add is that even if he does know, I don't know if he knows. He's clearly outlined that he doesn't know, or he's shown that he doesn't know what he's talking about when it comes to this at this point. But even if he did, like, misrepresenting it like that and then going off of a misrepresentation of what is happening, that's just not the way to go.
Here we
We've
go.
still not got a ether, have we?
Someday.
No, good point, Adam. What did you say? I didn't hear that.
Say we've still not got to ether, and this is my main point about it. He will not engage. I won't tell you guys anything about the thing. Yeah, he'll go to Nathan and ask Nathan to tell him how a photograph works. The level he'll descend to, but he won't tell you. But he might be behind a paywall. I could be wrong. He might tell you if you give him $20 a month. But look, this guy's supposed to be here. Especially at this point, because this is what's going off in the flat Earth community. There's this Etherean idea, and he's here to support this side. Yeah, look at what he will and won't talk about. What will substantiate his argument is whether or not Nathan can describe how photographs works. I love the way he pulled that in motion. Unnecessary knowledge.
It's gonna cost them though. It's gonna cost them pagocking that. Nathan, it's beautiful. It's coming. Just wait.
My God, we're surrounded by complete retards in Flat Earth. Some days, as much as I have to say I've got a great community, because you guys are ace. I hate to say it. You are, you're amazing. You support me so much. But with that comes the grind of annoying nonsense from complete idiots who literally want to deny that you can take a bloody photograph and question the validity of photography when we're talking about a photographic plate. I mean, it beggars belief. What have I got myself into? No wonder people don't want to be flat earthers.
Nathan, nobody understands a double slit as good as Witsit.
Oh, Neil's going to tout victory as Oakley Fundy.
Did you not understand? Sit down, you stupid.
Pause. Because let's give Neil a J. Yeah.
Okay.
He just roasted you with it. Yeah. What Neil's picked up on there, yeah, is the exact irony that even Neil's got him by the balls. Well done, son. I hope you're laughing there in your bed and your ribs are hurting, yeah, a little bit because you're laughing too much as you just toasted him.
Yeah. Here it is. Here it is again.
What have I got myself into? No wonder people don't want to be flat earthers.
Nathan, nobody understands a double slit as good as Witsit.
That was absolute perfect. It was perfection. Perfect timing. It was clear, concise. Exactly. You got it. You got it, Neil. Get well soon, man.
And his mic wasn't
Neil,
a train wreck.
That's what I said, Adam. Weren't you listening?
Neil's going to tout victory as Oakley Fundy.
Did you not understand?
Tout victory. Did you actually think there was a fight? You clown. You ass clown. My God, you're delusional.
And sit down, you stupid, ignorant little boy. What part of that didn't you understand, boy?
Fire into him, Nathan.
Boy, sit down and understand how irritatingly ignorant you are, Witsit. Shut your stupid mouth.
Absolutely perfect.
Stop self-projecting, dude.
When somebody asks me,
Pause. So that's all project. I was about to say that might sound harsh, but it's not. It's been established over the past
Not
hour.
projection. It is not projection, it's contempt.
Yep.
No,
Got
but
it.
that's his response. Yeah, Nathan's accusation is founded in the past hour. Yeah, so he's gone. He's he doesn't know shit. So he's treating him like an insolent schoolchild who's in Nathan's class, which, based on his knowledge of the single slit, double slit, yeah, light, photon, and then to reduce himself to not understanding how photographs work, yeah. Nathan's right. He's not. Nathan often gets criticised for effing and jeffing, but actually that's good satirical, pointing him where he is. Sit down, little boy. Yeah, you don't need the class. Rest of the class doesn't need your input. You don't know anything. And what's his response? That's projection. Well, yeah.
I thought it was Nathan was more than appropriate. I thought he meted out exactly what needed. What was needed?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. It was an absolutely perfect summary, and he's being given the disdain that he deserves. Yeah,
yes, sir.
He's a bit theatrical, Nathan, at times, but that's what that is, isn't it? Listen to the response. It's projection. There's nobody home, is there, really, in terms of intelligent rebuttal?
No, that's exactly. There's nobody home. Exactly, Adam. Nothing but a little joker. That's all. Exactly. There ain't nobody home.
If a photographic plate is a photograph, that is the point that I lose my temper with them because of their absolute glaring ignorance and stupidity, Witsit. Now sit down and shut up.
You're literally fundy muting me.
That's what nobody's home. Just a little joker. Confirm it again. Clown.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Listen to that. Look at the depths again.
Yep, I heard it.
He's gone to baller depths now, even though he's not been funding muted once. Yeah, he's got no rebuttal at all. All he can do is like parrot something from nowhere as an attempt to distract. Oh, you're funding muting me now. No, you're not the rumpus, mate. You're just a freaking idiot.
Yeah.
You don't need to funding mute me. We want you to talk, because when you do, you indict yourself. Nobody's funding muting you.
Idiot. Pathetically feeble retard you are, Witsit.
Sit down and shut up.
You're literally fundy muting me.
You know what the cure for this is? We had this treatment back when I was in the military. It's sort of on a line of a code red. That's the only thing that'll fix this. Understand what I'm saying?
Hold up.
Hold up.
Say it again.
The code
I was
red.
going to challenge you, but now I'm not sure. Say it again.
The only thing that'll fix shitset is a code red.
Nothing's going to fix it. That's where I was.
Oh, the code red will fix it. Oh yeah, yeah. It'll fix it. Yeah.
I'm assuming that's a very military term.
Guys, I got
I'm
something
not here.
funny to say.
Sorry, Foxy.
I got something funny to say. Neil is in the chat in YouTube, and it said, "Dave, you a Witsit fanboy?" And then the next one is clearly his wife. My husband and all of us thank you all very much. That's precious.
Too funny.
But
That's a
it's
good
funny.
point.
It's like one is Neil and the other one is his wife.
We got 79 people watching now, so that's a good point. Droid, could you just smash Neil's PayPal again? And I'll just, if anybody's joining, Neil's, as you see, one of the most pertinent and succinct people. He'll listen to a conversation and he'll come in with a witty one-liner, always perfectly timed, as you've just seen demonstrated there. More importantly, a very valuable panel member. And
That's correct.
unfortunately, he can't drive for shit by the looks of things. And he's been in a bit of an accident. And as the sole breadwinner, look, we don't beg for shit. We don't beg for trips to Antarctica, but we do beg sometimes to help people who are genuine and we love. So yeah, if you can help Neil, Droid's done it for us. Thanks, Divergent. He's popped it in there. If you can help him out and help him through this tough time, wow, he does a Steve Austin. Gets his body back together.
Steve Austin. They're going to try to put him back together. You see, Neil was in a very bad auto accident and hurt his, I think it's his left hand really bad and his back. So that's what we're trying to fund here, if people weren't aware.
Not back surgery, but just hopefully he doesn't need that. Hopefully
Yes.
it's just a matter of enabling him to be able to recover properly, and just getting him through it. So yeah, that's why we're going to do this for a bit, guys.
Yes. All right.
At least he gets off his bed. But it's good to see he's got the use of his thumb, and we can already kind of trigger him a little bit. Good to see you in there, Neil. Love you,
Yeah.
bro.
I forgot where we were at here. What's it train wreck himself? Oh, he was told to sit down and shut the hell up. And then he started laughing, right? With a little joker. Nobody's home but the joker. Idiot.
So you think you've got something to say, do you, Witsit? You've just questioned the host on the validity of photography.
No, when you read...
Yes! Now sit down and shut up. That's what you've done, you stupid boy.
Neil, what's up now, big boy?
Neil, what's up now, big boy? Huh?
Big
Right,
boy.
so-
Go ahead, Adam.
So there's two things here. I told you about Nathan being theatrical, so you guys probably won't realise what Nathan's doing there. That's a reference to Dad's Army. Nathan, are you there? Can you give the you stupid boy pike? That's what's happening here. I understand it and the analogy that's being used, but he's probably not there. Maybe not.
Is he
Still on
off with the sparklers?
Probably still on sparklers, yeah.
All right, here we go.
This is a child. That's what Witsit is, ladies and gentlemen. He goes around claiming he's got a big IQ. He's a child. That's what he actually is. An ignorant child.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yes, that's right, Witsit. You are an ignorant, big-headed, arrogant child.
Stop self-projecting.
No, I'm not. I'm 42 years old and understand that a photographic plate is a photograph, Witsit. I am not a big-headed, ignorant child. That's you. I'm not projecting. That's a fact.
Man fallacy. No one's claiming photographs don't exist.
Sorry, you asked me whether or not the validity of a photographic plate was actually a photograph. That's what happened. It's recorded and broadcast live. You complete clown.
Okay, you're reifying the action.
Don't tell me what I'm doing. You, the big-headed, arrogant child, still thinks you're in a position to question and take part in the discussion. That's called belligerence. Do you know what belligerence is, Witsit? Look it up, you stupid child.
Are you going to stop interrupting?
Look up what belligerent...
Stop interrupting you. You got the mind-numbing audacity to claim interruption, you moronic shapeshifter. Nobody's home, just the Joker.
...is after I've told you to sit down and shut up.
You're being really pathetic here, Witsit. Seriously, stop it.
If Arwen's telling you you're pathetic, you got big problems in Chinatown.
Look, right. So before you go on, he's already tried to throw out a lifeline out to Neil because Neil's just dissed him once. What he's doing here now, he'll try and engage with anybody.
Yep.
Yeah. To discuss anything. Yeah. Even if it's his favorite cookie recipe with Auntie Eli. Yeah. Anything. He'll do anything to disengage from this.
Yes.
So he'll start throwing real big, obvious flares now. Just done one with Neil. I bet it won't be long before he'll try and get, unless Nathan gives her for the love of Jesus, Arwen.
Yeah, because Arwen's fallen right into it. Witsit knows that if he can get Arwen in this discussion, that it'll just go into a train wreck, right? Everyone knows that.
You can get anyone. This is why I'm saying you've critiqued us before, but we're on this now.
Okay.
Yeah, because we've got our own agenda as Flat Earth Debate. This has been, so what has it been? An hour and 8 minutes. So I don't think we've done too bad as guys, particularly Arwen here.
I wouldn't go that far.
The guy that
says the guy who's going to shout through Arwen. Belligerent, big-headed, arrogant, moronic child. Sit down, shut up. You don't have anything further to offer to this conversation beyond more embarrassment for your fellow ether believers.
And there'll be no apologies time, which it just actually
you guys are all scared.
Look into it.
You guys are all scared, is his response.
Look into it and stop trying to bluff your way out. You're not fooling anybody but yourself.
Arwen, wipe the drool off your mouth. You think that magnetic fields are made of particles, buddy. Stop talking.
Boy.
Okay.
Stop talking. Number one, talking doesn't have a K on the end of it. You incredible glue sniffing Egypt.
Tell that to the Brits.
You telling somebody else to stop talking after this performance here today? Really?
Okay.
Why are you now thinking that you need to take charge of my show and tell my host, my guests and panel to shut up? No, it's it. Yeah. This last hurrah from a pathetically embarrassing idiot is not your opportunity to regain control. Your embarrassing failure here is all it is.
He couldn't gain control of a soup sandwich.
You know, this is
You're not going to tell Arwen to shut up. You know, your belligerence is pathetic.
Are you going to let me talk like an adult?
No. What did you think sit down and shut up meant?
Didn't you do enough talking up to this point?
You know, guys,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
You're fine. I've been like having to, pretty much reiterate this point to people coming into people's rooms where they're the host. Like, you respect the host and the host rules, and if you are respectful, you'll be able to say your piece, and nobody will interrupt you. And if they do, you'll eventually get to say your piece. It's their room. You should respect that. It's equivalent to going into someone's house and flinging mud on their upholstery. You know what I mean?
So, Flatsy, if you went into one of these rooms now and for an hour and 8 minutes, you were shown to contradict yourself, lie, to the point that you tried to attack the host by saying, well, prove how photographs work to support your argument. How would you expect to be treated past this point other than shut up, little girl, and sit down?
No, I would be definitely expecting to be treated the way that I would be treating the host, or even worse, because I should respect the host. My husband's calling. Sorry, guys.
Gone way beyond that at this point.
Belligerent and ignorant and a childish moron. He also can't listen. He has to ask somebody who's literally told him to sit down and shut up 4 times whether or not he's got permission to speak. You are an imbecile, Whitsit. Given that you have told us that photographs aren't real, because you're thick as shit, that doesn't invite further discussion from you. It invites you being told off and put in your place. Okay?
That's a straw man
Maybe
fallacy,
we
buddy.
misunderstood him.
Well, it's hard to understand me when
No. After that, from there, that's a straw man fallacy. I mean, that retort was obviously lined up before he spoke, because that's just what? That wasn't. No, that's called a fucking summary, you idiot, of the past hour.
That's his go-to. That's a straw man. He usually does it with his claims. When people repeat their Whitsit's claims back to him, he says it's a straw man. That's his go-to. Yeah.
I'd like to point out that you summarizing my nonsensical shit that I've just spouted for the last hour is a straw man.
Yes. You pathetically feeble lion rat. You're just a weasel. Dumbass.
I can't say more than 4 words, huh? No.
You just said more than four words there.
Well, I can't say more than 4 words. No, that's 10.
Yeah.
No, 10.
Clown. It's just an ass clown.
Whitsit, I just don't get it. Hold on 1 second, John. Let me just talk to Whitsit. You're one of my favorite guys on Flat Earth. I don't understand why you're getting duped by this Ken Wheeler nonsense. I've listened to it all. There's no validation. That's it.
Oh, Neil feels sorry for you.
Pause. This is where we are in time. This is important. I'll scroll down. When's this one? Is this still August 20?
Oh, this is back. This is way back there. This is 10 days after the last one. So this is August 31st, 2022.
So the road warrior Neil's out there, yeah, and he's still not got a negative, certainly not a negative opinion that he holds about Whitsit today, because his evaluation has been he's been out there pimping Flat Earth, and where 2 years ago suddenly got these emergence, hence the need for the emissary, and that's genuine shock and upset in Neil's voice.
Yeah,
that's how far ago we are.
Yep.
I know it's a while back, and I know the Ethereum argument hasn't moved on in 2 years, but Neil's opinion has. There's the duplicity has been shown. Shout out, Neil.
Yep.
I've urgent. Hit that PayPal link, guys.
Way to go, Neil.
It's not Ken Wheeler. Okay, this goes back to Nikola Tesla and Oliver Heaviside as the fatherheads of
what?
Of electrical field theory. Everyone.
What's that?
Nonsensical bullshittery is what that is. What you're getting now. It's not just Ken Wheeler, the big fat
tattooed Jabba the Hutt, Uncle Fuster fuckwit.
You know what? I was going to say dressing gown wearing Egypt, because whenever I see him, he's got. Like, I was poorly yesterday, and I put my dressing gown on to make me feel better, and then I realised that's what Ken Wheeler wears. Just like the Irish would call it a house coat. Brian's not here, so I can't aggravate.
There he is. You can't see him, but everyone on YouTube can. I got a picture of him.
Where are we now to support our argument? Yeah, we're invoking, Jabba the Hutt, of the magnet, of the world of magnets. One of the guys that Bob, no doubt, holding absolute regard as he described nonsensically divergent and incoherent shit. Yeah, most of it was incoherent, even though that was actually their fundamental premise about things being incoherent. But there's a whole raft of flat earthers. But I say I'm not having a dig at Bob but all of these guys have been mugged off by this guy.
Yep.
As a way to build a new, and this is the important thing. What we're not selling is building a new worldview. This is what these guys are selling, based on not being able to describe how a magnet works. Ken Wheeler included.
And Oliver Heaviside. That clown was the one who conjured the ionosphere. I shit you not. Yeah, that groundbreaking conjurings. Heaviside
Was there
idiot.
Was there anything else that he did or that they're referring to?
That who did?
Oliver Heavisides.
I don't. I know that one. That one stands out. I don't think he needs to do anything else. Yep, he was a ball-tart apologist because of the radio transmissions back in the day. He was the one that conjured their excuse of the ionosphere. Good job there, Witsit. You're just a.
He's not.
He's just a ball-tard.
No, right. So in terms of quality of argument, right, what we're now invoking is Ken frickin' Wheeler, mate. Not Maxwell, the world-renowned yeah, that you can critique or not, based on actually his reality in the world of physics. But we've just got his description of some bloke that goes on YouTube and sticks a magnet up to a cathode ray tube and goes, "Whoa, look, can you see the divergence? Can you see the convergence? What? As you pissed around with a magnet on your TV screen, or you get a load of Ferrocell stuff and pretend it means something other than the same as me sticking a bloody magnet under a sheet of paper with iron filings on, and you masturbate around descriptions of nonsense, which are very congruent, to use that word again, with the way Witsit will describe how ether manifests. So Ken Wheeler's descriptions of manifestation of magnetic force, are very similar to Witsit's descriptions. It's a bit like he's been to one church, learned the rhetoric, but it's not quite useful for his new dogma. So it's been tweaked, but well repeated. That was a right rant. Sorry about that.
Jesus.
When an FED wants to talk about
theory.
Theory?
Yeah, he said electrical field theory. I tore Witsit's ass up on 24/7. He brought that shit out with me. It was curtains for him. He fought for a little while before I led him right to the contradiction. It was a hoot. You should have been there.
Oh, like the double slit theory of the physical photon.
Double slit theory. He's just making shit up. That idiot clown.
Yeah,
You're
that was
toast.
a blatant. That was a blatant misrepresentation, right? Outright.
Well, yeah. Here's he's there. There's no port in the storm left. No coherent. Anyway,
that might be his only real qualification. That is a first-class degree from MSU.
Yeah, you got it. Yep. What is MSU?
I'm making shit up.
Making shit up, you.
Like double slit theory. You've just made that up.
Yeah.
Sorry, what double slit theory?
Physical photon.
Sorry, it just sounds like you're making stuff up there, Witsit.
It doesn't sound like it. He is.
No, you're making up photons.
Sorry, did I say
there is no double slit theory?
Oh, your mother. Oh, your mother. What are you on about? No, you're making up photons.
That's what he said.
To Coquet also.
Oh, listen to Flatsy. Flatsy's been studying logical fallacies, hasn't she?
Yeah, and cognitive biases.
So what fallacy was that? Was that a French fallacy?
Tu quoque. Huh?
Say it again.
Tu quoque.
Tu quoque. That's sexy.
We're not making it up. It's been established.
Just get it clear.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You can't do that. Miss Klein, would you please elucidate that?
The tu quoque?
Yeah, you got to explain it.
Oh, you want me? Okay, sure. It's when you turn it back, like no, you like, but you don't have this. When somebody tells you that you haven't have something wrong or in an argument, I'm gonna get a better.
You better get a better one.
I'm gonna get a better description.
That makes sense.
So yeah, like okay, you too, or look who's talking, and
yes,
it's a type of ad hominem attack that involves discrediting an opponent's argument by attacking their personal actions or behavior. The goal is to make the opponent appear hypocritical.
You good, Adam? We're moving.
That is the belligerent, ignorant child, known as Witsit, making shit up. There is no double slit theory, child.
Still won't let me talk.
Sorry, child. There's no double slit theory. That's just some stupid nonsense you spew.
Didn't we hear double slit theory? Was that him not letting you talk?
I tell you what. Again, kudos, Oakley.
Yep.
You sparkling lighter. Yeah. That to be doing that whilst this guy's doing it live. And it's easy for us to go MSU now. Yeah. But that's impressive. Just to spot that. Yeah. Because you don't necessarily hear it, but this is where this guy's at. Yeah. This is the level we're having to operate at. Because this guy is so Machiavellian in the way he's dealing with us. Yeah.
Yep.
It's not a single word that you haven't got to listen to because it's got a freaking hidden agenda behind it. And hopefully we're demonstrating that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do not buy any encyclopedias from this man if he comes to your door.
Yeah. Nathan's sharp here. He's been sharp for a while.
Kudos.
Yeah, he does.
He's
A few moments ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so meanwhile, you've also claimed that there's a theory that supports the ether, haven't you?
He really didn't say that. He said electrical field theory. So this is going to get a bit convoluted, I think, if I remember this right. What Witsit did was mention electrical field theory. Whatever that is. It's definitely not scientific, that's for sure. Let's see where this goes.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'd like to hear the scientific validity for this theory.
Neither atomism nor...
Sorry.
Neither, now he goes off on neither atomism or the other false dichotomy.
Wow. That's like a freaking robot, because that's where we came in, remember?
Yeah.
That's where we came. Neither atomism nor... Is he about to present his beginning false dichotomy that Nathan didn't bite on as a rebuttal to a request for scientific evidence for the theories just
correct.
Apparently.
Yeah, correct. So he's going to try to red herring fallacy away. Let's see if Nathan catches him.
Theory, you say?
He caught him.
Theory follows experiment.
Okay.
Where's the experiment?
It's not a theory. It's a convention.
Yeah.
Atomism's not... Brian chimes in. It's not a convention. It's atomic
there you
structure.
Go. And the chaff and distractors worked because what we're now responding to is whether or not atomism. No, that wasn't. It was the theory of electro.
Yeah, atomism. Brian stuck on the atomism, so he caught you with that line, right? Oh, Brian.
He's not here.
Isn't he?
Dan Tesco.
Yeah, he knew what was coming.
He must have done.
Yeah. So Witsit threw that incoherent line out to see, and then it was a jerk bait, and he jerk baited you into jerking it. Good job.
Conventions that we concede. We've already covered.
What? I already pressed play.
No, I've got some good news.
What's the good news?
He's obviously recovering, right? Because I've just checked chat, and he's obviously got enough strength to be able to time somebody out in chat. Well done, Neil. See you on the road to recovery.
He's on the road to recovery. Neil had the strength to time somebody out. Now, are you sure it's Neil timing people out or his wife?
Dave Sims was timed out by Neil Cosentino for 1.8 thousand seconds.
1.8 thousand. Too funny.
It's not a theory. It's a convention.
Yeah, convention.
What's no, it's atomic structure.
That we concede. We've already covered that 6 times with him, but he's just desperately containing his straw man that he needs to hold up. No, we don't reify these mathematics. We disclaim why we don't reify them.
not mathematics either, but we already been over this.
And accept our ignorance when it comes to using them in our description.
No. Nathan's reminding of where we are. What mathematics would we reify? That would be the mathematics of a probability distribution, otherwise known as wavelength.
No.
We don't reify them as a wave.
No, they're talking about atomic structure. That's what Nathan's talking about.
I don't know. Is he?
He is. You need this straw man to continue to burn.
Okay, so conceptual models used to quantify little physical.
Conceptual models, see, used to quantify. No, we're looking for the scientific evidence for your theory. Remember that? Clown.
Spheres, and then you take the
atoms aren't little spheres, moron.
Quantification that was presupposed and reified.
Quantification that was what? Presupposed and reified? Really? Show. You clown. You don't even know what the words mean.
And invoke it as if to prove the physical sphere isn't.
Prove what physical sphere? There are no spheres.
Science? Does that sound familiar?
Huh?
So he's reifying and misrepresenting again.
Or physical sphere.
Yeah, he thinks atoms are physical spheres.
Because he's reifying the diagrams that they show you.
So he's now straw manning even his, and I'm using my meat hooks here, atomism.
Yes.
I don't know what he's on about. An atom's not.
He's
spherical.
diverting.
By its own description within atomism, meat hooks out. Yeah.
Adam, he's diverting away from Nathan's science. When Nathan pulled him up on, what is your scientific evidence for that theory? Remember electrical field theory?
I know that. I know that. I'm just pointing out that as we're on this distraction, his defense is to lie about what atomism is before he attacks it. It's nonsense. He's not bothered to even look at the construct of an atom within atomism because he's claiming it's a sphere.
Sure.
What are you on? What are you genuinely? What are you on about?
He doesn't know. It's just off the cuff. He's just shits it and get out.
Familiar, Oakley?
I have no idea what you're babbling about. I asked you where you get away from when you just.
No idea what
you see. I am right. I have no idea what you're bubbling about. I asked you where a wave. He's not been distracted by atomism.
He's
good job, Nathan.
Yes.
Good job, Nathan.
No,
real,
it's not good job, Nathan, because no, he wasn't. It's not a wave, Nathan. That was before. You're on the scientific evidence for his theory. So not good job, Nathan.
Oh, okay.
No. Good job, Nathan, because this is the initial shit that he started with. It's always good to pull a retard back to the beginning.
That's weak.
Describing quantized chunks of light hitting a photographic plate, and you question the validity of whether or not it was a photograph.
See, we're completely off the scientific evidence for his electrical field theory. Yes.
Remember how Witsit bumbled in? Yeah.
Yes, that I know. But that's not.
I'm going to summarize.
That's not the topic now.
No, don't let him distract you. Bring him back to the fact that we've got a lighthouse. Right, we've got a lighthouse with light moving. Yeah, and we can put a slit. If we put a slit there, that means, according to Witsit, that we can invoke the double slit experiment, where the photon goes through both slits to prove that it's a wave. Yeah. That's where Witsit's at right now.
He successfully diverted away from that. Now he went on to his electric field theory. You're out of sequence.
No, I would be doing what I think Nathan's going to do, which is pulling back to the first point of retardia.
Okay, so we're just going to blow off. Okay,
yeah,
all right, fair enough.
I don't need to electropather theory him. I've got much higher levels of retardia.
So you're complaining about the number of red herring fallacies that Nathan's focused on.
Let me give you a bad analogy.
Quickly.
It's like gone fishing, you've got 15 hooks in the water, and suddenly all of them are biting. It's just which one do you want to pick up?
Yeah.
I'd say I'd always go back to that first one I laid.
Fair enough.
But I don't know.
But yeah, it's a good analogy.
The photographic plate uses something called emulsion. Okay, you're reifying the
As if
photon and
Nathan
begging
didn't
the
already say that.
Why did he say it like he's French?
As if Nathan didn't already say that to him.
Yeah, watch what happens.
photographic plate uses something called emulsion. Okay, you're reifying the photon and begging the question with the photographic plate.
Shut
no
up,
one is
Adam.
disputing photos. They're disputing your reification of the interpretation of what's going on.
Yeah. Your interpretation of the fucking what? What an ass clown this guy is.
The only one trying to interpret it is him.
Interpret.
How much emulsion does the photographic sensor have in the video link just in my description for the last 1,000 shows?
Busted. Eferite. You ass clown. Lovely, nice move, Nathan. Let's hear.
How much emulsion is there on that photographic sensor?
Wait, how does the photographic sensor work?
Divert away from the question. You're busted again, you numpty dipshit. Where's the emulsion on that CCD? You ass clown of a fucking moron. Yeah.
It's not. Well, it is, because he's just asked. So, how does a photon detector detect photons? I'm happy to describe.
With emulsion, according to your last statement.
Well, you're the one making...
Apparently, I'm reifying an emulsion.
On a CCD.
I hand him his own ass within his next breath, and he's got a new question, right?
Yep, that's what he does. Yep, you got it. You're all over it. That's exactly what he's doing. He's an ass clown. Super ass clown. Sorry, booger.
Price of Adam sent. Super Neil.
Nicely done.
I'm going to get a bit mushy.
Is it?
Yeah, well, we know it's Saria. Neil Costantino, or Mrs. Neil Costantino. Thank you, Nathan, for doing this. It means so much to us. Neil means a lot to us. Yeah, a hell of a lot. And if there's any more we can do, we will support you. And
belly up to that
I've
mic.
already touched it. I'm next to the bloody mic.
You better get closer then.
I was probably just emotional at that moment.
You're trailing off.
And caught my breath. Yeah, that was all. What do you mean I'm trailing off? I'm sat here. I'm not moving.
I'm telling you, you're trailing off.
I think your ears are going.
Shut up.
Dumbo, idiot,
Anyway.
child, belligerent prick.
Wait, you don't see what's happening here?
Yeah, it's being embarrassed, this child of idiocy. Yeah, this nonsense waffler is having...
That's exactly what he is. A nonsense waffler. You got it. Yeah, that's what we got here. Yep. What's the matter, Witsit? You're not on modern day debate with bald-tart idiots that couldn't tie their shoes with a fleet of slobber nurses. Yeah. Clown.
His own ass handed to him, and he's being called a belligerent, idiotic child as it is.
Atomism is...
Back to atomism. You just don't know where he's going to go next.
How does he do it? In the face of this, how does he just move on to previous subject? How do they do it? I'd be embarrassed.
It's delusional Dunning-Kruger. They got their Dunning-Kruger deflector shields up. It doesn't affect them. As you can see, it doesn't affect them. He's too retarded to realize that he's a moron.
A theoretical and not scientifically theory.
Not scientifically theory? You use words much? Let's try that one more time. Not science, not tulipesia?
Atomism is a theoretical and not scientifically theory.
Not scientifically theory. Great English.
Yeah, we acknowledge that.
Theoretical, dude.
Theory of science.
It's a model. It's back
What
to
the
using
hell
theory.
does atomism have to do with light? Being
Hey, QE, I'm going to go. He doesn't use words very often. Very well.
Arwen, and then yeah. Arwen then comes out. What the hell does atomism have to do with light? Right on point, though. I have to give it to him. Let's see. Let's hear what happens.
being a wave.
Okay.
That's about
Well,
material.
You're catching up now.
Oh, now we're catching up. So his questions caught everyone else up. Huh? What? Clown.
Arwen, but Oakley's not going to let me respond to you, though. So atomism is...
Uh-oh, he's not letting you respond to him. Why are you responding now? You're just an asshat. So atomism, is light?
Is the idea that everything is broken down into indivisible particles.
That's the same thing Tesla said about electrons. By the way. Idiot.
So even when we can't see a literal physical particle...
that has nothing to do with light. You're not answering Arwen's question. By the way.
We must assume that so we can quantify it. You have photons and electrons. The actual...
Photons and electrons are not atoms. You're a moron. Well, are you going to answer Arwen's question at some point?
Actual photographic plate assumes there's an interaction between a photon and electron to give you the discrete chunk. Now, quantum itself...
What?
Hang on. He said, I came in earlier and I said protons with it, not photons. At the very early at the start of this, he didn't listen. He's saying photons and electrons. That's not atomism, as he's calling it.
Well, electrons aren't atomism either.
But the point is that he's mixing up protons and electrons and photons and electrons.
You sure about that?
He's speaking about what he's calling atomism.
So you understand this retard?
I'm pointing out that he's incorrectly stating something.
Okay. I don't know how you know that. He's pretty consistent with it.
Admits that you could get electron
What's the
dots.
connection between a photon and an electron?
Say again?
Not forget.
Okay.
Photon and electron to give you the discrete chunk. Now, quantum itself admits that you could get
Quantum admits? Really? Pull quantum in here. I want to have a discussion with quantum. You just reified quantum mechanics, you idiot. Quantum doesn't admit shit.
electron dot patterns without any type of photon existing.
Say again? What did he say? Electron dot patterns without photons existing. Really? That's what quantum admits? What the hell is he even on about? Who knows? Let's roll with it.
Now, no one on this panel knows anything about that.
Knows anything about what? Your red herring fallacy away from Arwen's question about what atomism has to do with photons. You think we forgot about that? Through your carpet bomb barrage of shape-shifting Mr. Magoo, ether clown, double-speaking horseshit? No, we're not like those idiot baltards on modern-day debate. We pay attention. And we listen closely.
So that doesn't mean that there's a physical photon hitting it. You're presupposing and reifying the physical.
We're presupposing and reifying a photon hitting a photographic plate. You incredible idiot. You don't know what reification means.
Photon that it travels from point A to point B, and then you're like,
travels from point A to point B. That was your claim.
Oh, I'm so confused. It must know we're observing it and transcend time.
What? You're confusing delayed choice quantum eraser with, you're not even on the question that Arwen's asked you. You're just rambling incoherently.
Time.
But you can measure the energy. So the energy.
You say something, Adam?
Yeah, sorry, I had to go and get my fish finger sandwich. this is the whole point, isn't it? It's this presupposition of travel here. Started out with the lighthouse. He's now claiming it's not going from the lighthouse to the point.
Then he's also claimed that as his number one proof for ether, the travel of light, by the way. Does that still come into focus, even though he said it 10 days earlier, as his poster child proof of the ether? We're going to be going over that again. Don't you worry.
It must know we're observing it and transcend time.
But you can measure the energy. So the energy hits the plate and you can measure it. What the fuck are you talking about?
He doesn't know. He's just making shit up. From what he got from Wiki or Discovery Channel. Clown.
Yeah.
You think there's a physical impact that's...
Yeah, you can measure the energy. That's right. You complete clown.
Okay, exactly.
Okay. So in spite of my last statement being totally wrong, it's okay.
Yeah.
You're getting it now.
We're getting it now. That you've been exposed. And then you just roll on to the next topic. My God, you're stupid.
So you reify. Yeah, it's a discrete amount of energy measurable.
So he goes back to a reification. He doesn't know what reification is. I think that's the problem here. Who knows?
That's right.
So wait
your
there,
last
wait
statement.
There. If I measure an amount of energy and then go on to describe that a quantized amount of energy has hit my plate, that would be a reification if I described that amount of energy hitting the plate as an amount of energy.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's implying, yes. That's not reification.
No, that's retarded.
Yeah, exactly.
Was so off the beaten track and incorrect, it's untrue.
Okay.
Sorry, am I reifying that measurable energy? Or
oh, there he goes, Adam. He's right on it.
Is it measurable energy, Witsit, you bonehead?
You bonehead. Love it. It's perfect.
Yeah, but it is that bad, isn't it?
Yes.
This is the shit that he's putting back to you. And how long do you have to humor a retard?
I don't know. It went on much too long. He should have already been kicked out.
But there is no quality of rebuttal, hence why Nathan is justifying going, you bonehead.
Yeah.
You know, we just it's embarrassing, dude. You should be embarrassed for yourself.
He's not.
I know.
You're reifying your interpretation.
I'm reifying the measurable energy.
He's reifying his interpretation? What the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? Can somebody explain that to me? When you measure the energy of something in like electron volts, how is he reifying the interpretation? He's just making dumb shit up. What the fuck was that? Get your dumb ass in here, Witsit. You ass clown of a moron. Please explain that to us. Somebody tell me when he gets in here. Can somebody write that down so I don't forget it?
What?
My God. What?
No, it is that bad, isn't it?
Yeah.
G.
The interpretation.
I'm sorry.
The interpretation. That saves me. The interpretation. Fucking Egypt.
It was just measurable energy, though. I'm not reifying anything. Something hits a photographic plate or sensor, and you can see it. Akin to the end result of taking a photograph, you can see it. There's a little dot of light that hit the plate, and you can measure its energy. Sorry, what part of that am I reifying again?
The interaction between the electron and the photon.
The interaction between the electron and the photon was reified. How?
Sorry, did I describe any interaction?
Whoa,
That's
whoa,
how
whoa, 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 whoa. The interaction between the electron and the photon.
Yes, the electron that he doesn't believe in. Yes.
What, electrons now?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Sounding like an atomist, isn't he?
Yes, he does. What a clown.
Works, Oakley.
So that's what you're telling me it works like, or am I reifying something?
So you don't understand how.
It's just an ad hom.
Yep.
You pathetic little boy.
That's the killer. That from 10 years of flat Earth debate is the killer. That's the self-indictment that says you've lost.
Yep.
You don't understand. Or if you use that, you've lost. You've told everybody else in the room, I've shit it.
Yep.
Oh dear. How sad.
There you go. Listen to Nathan's. I want a J.
Okay.
And everybody knows that. Listen to Nathan's response. Oh dear.
That's what you're telling me it works like, or am I reifying something?
So you don't understand how.
It's just an ad hom. You pathetic little boy. Oh dear. How sad.
Okay, so in the etheric framework, the light is.
Can I say something?
It's already there.
So in the etheric framework, what's already there?
It's a physical interaction, but a disturbance in the medium, and you're.
If it's a physical interaction, how can he be reifying it? Ass clown.
Perceiving the illumination now.
We're on to the perceiving the illumination now. Go ahead,
It's
Adam.
a physical reaction in the non-physical medium.
Yes.
It's all become clear now.
Yes, it has, hasn't it?
And the atomistic interpretation, it's physically.
Atomistic interpretation of light. Light's not made of atoms. So there is no interpretation, you friggin' Egypt. He has no idea of the words that he uses, their meanings. None. Zero. He's clueless.
Traveling from point A to point B.
Traveling from point A to point B. Yes, you're shining poster child proof of Efers. That's your proof. You forgot about that.
And that physical interaction on the plate is a photon.
Right, according to his just most recent description, the atomistic description is a journey from point A to point B. So I've got to do it for an 8th time. I described the limitations of.
No, you shouldn't be going into this. That's his proof. He's turning it on to you. So you kind of missed this one. That's all right. I'll grant you it.
Of the mathematical descriptions.
Not a mathematical description either.
When describing a quote unquote journey. I've done that for you on this show 7, now 8 times. No, we don't. No, we understand the limitations of that description, Witsit. I've disclaimed that to you 8 times.
You mean the limitations of his claim?
No, you don't understand it because.
Oh, I don't. I don't understand what I don't understand and disclaim not to understand. I don't understand that. You fucking idiot.
You're still presupposing it's traveling.
I'm
He's presupposing it's traveling. That was your proof. That's your claim, Witsit. Remember Mickelson Morley? The light traveling? Remember? Asshat.
Presupposing something when I say I have a limitation in my language in this description when I say it's a journey because it can't really be proven to be a journey. yeah, I reify it, and obviously that's how I describe it when I make those disclaimers, isn't it, Witsit? You need this straw man.
You're assuming the light's traveling from point A to point P.
No, you are. That was your number one Efer proof. My God.
And when I disclaim that I don't know that to be true and can't.
You say something, Adam?
Yeah, the proof for Ether is the differentials in the rate of travel of light.
Correct.
From the previous one. Now, you're pre-assuming it travels.
Yep.
Oh, you had to not only pre-assume, but then pre-assume that there's a differential in the rate of travel.
Yep.
Through the output of your man-made devices.
Please don't.
Prove it. I'm assuming it, am I?
The light could already be there.
Oh, it could.
The light could already be. There goes your number one Efer proof.
You see, I told you don't have to open the aperture to take the photograph. If the perturbation can transmit through the aperture, you can still get an illumination of light on the plate.
It's not transmitting. That's traveling. So it can't be transmitting through it.
Because everything is no. They see you really don't understand. Even the aperture and the lens is light. It's just more dense to the point that it forms matter.
Oh, brother!
Almost in an atomistic sense. So, yeah, if you can get its vibration low enough, then it won't be just perceived within the physical world as light. It will be perceived as matter. Sometimes, right vibration, you've got an aperture.
Oh God! Please help us,
I didn't
Flatsy.
invent this shit. Don't blame me.
I'm starting to realize, I think I am, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm starting to realize, I think, that why you keep asking, what about non-visible light?
Oh, we're going to get to that.
Could be when you say I'm assuming it has a journey and go to the efforts of disclaiming that it doesn't, and I can't prove that. I am assuming a journey when I disclaim that I can't prove it in any way has a journey. You utter wanker.
Joe, you said you did know it had a journey, though.
So did you. That was your number one Efer proof. You fucking clown.
No, I didn't. I made absolutely clear now 9 times.
Now he's charging Nathan with what's its claim. This is a carnival tent clown show.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, 9 times I've made it clear that no, I don't have that understanding. We're really limited in our understanding of light in that regard.
House Oakley.
Yeah, stop trying to smuggle words in Nathan's mouth, okay? Stop doing that.
It's pathetic.
Oh, Arwen, take his balls out your mouth. No one's talking to you.
Oh, little boy. Jesus. Little boy. That's what you do when you're having...
Yeah. There you go.
A victory. Yeah? Nobody's dying for you to teabag, my friend. Yeah, you're the one getting shot in the face, metaphorically speaking, in a video game. You'll be the one getting teabagged.
Getting teabagged? No, that's already happened about, I don't know, 35, 45 times already. Probably more. I'm lowballing.
Point out there's no light wave with a single impact on a photographic plate.
Now we're back on the original topic.
That single impact that can be built up to form a diffraction pattern to derive probability distribution has no wave to describe it in.
Probability distribution of what?
Well, when there's a single impact, there is no probability distribution, Witsit. There's no way to describe it as having a wave if there's a
You fell for that one again.
single impact.
Distribution of what, Oakley?
Well, distribution of nothing if you've only got one impact.
He doesn't realize. He doesn't realize. He keeps on falling for it.
Distribution of the waves, you freaking muppet. That's what.
Doesn't realize that he's train wrecking himself. Nathan's there like it's like shooting hippos in a fishbowl. Oh my God! Thanks for that, Witsit. You absolute retard.
There's no distribution to work out the probability with. Oh, what's the probability you'll be working out? Oh, that's the wave function. So there isn't one. It's not distributed yet, you stupid little boy. Hence no wave for your ether to need. Light's still been fired from the laser, and it's still been detected on the plate or sensor like a little dot, because that's what happens when you take a photograph of some light. Definitely photographing it so we can look at it after the fact. Well, that single impact, that doesn't have any distribution because there's only one. And if there's no distribution, you can't derive a wave function.
I don't like Arwen, but Oakley, can we talk now? Or are you going to stop chanting?
Oh my God.
Right. So that, bear with me here. That is the succinct rebuttal. Now, don't shout me down, but this is the Ethereum response to that. Okay. Yes, all of it correct. Photographic plates work as they do. But because we can't define the fourth dimension, even though within our 3 dimensions, we perceive a photon as a quantum of light, it's not actually that. It's just the perturbation in the ether. But we only have the equipment to detect it and record it, as Nathan just succinctly outlined. So it's okay to carry on believing in the ether, even though the only way in which you can confirm the ether is through quantized chunks.
Okay.
That's why but do you understand? That's why
No,
you're
I
never
don't.
going to get. No, but that's why you're never going to get past it, because whatever you say and however you demonstrate it, to the point that they'll accept that you've got a quantized chunk, they'll say yes. But if you were able to step out and view this from the 4th dimension, you would see that that quantized chunk is actually a ripple in the medium that is non-physical.
Okay.
Therefore, I can carry on believing my bullshit.
Yeah, that's a crock of shit, and it's not quantized, it's quantized, number one.
Excuse me.
Number 2.
But that's not the point I was making.
I know, but and you ain't going to make it again. I'll guarantee you that.
No, I am going to make it again.
I'll tell you, no, you're not.
To
Well, you're going to get thrown a curveball here. I don't know if it's going to be today, but you're going to be thrown a curveball because the light is the medium.
That comes later.
Yep. That's going to throw your whole emissary horseshit off because he's going to change the story again. So you're screwed.
Right. If you've not defined what it is, it's perfectly reasonable to rechange what it could or could not be.
That's true.
Right, it's just chanted through every single last word of my last concise description of the lack of ability to derive a wave function from a single impact. He just chanted through every single word of that, and then decided to accuse me of
You're assuming that the light is traveling
while he was questioning how much he liked Darwin. That's what we got from him when I opened his mic back up.
Yep.
I'm here discussing the inability to derive a wave. He's discussing through the top of me, so Discord can't hear how much he likes Darwin, and then accusing me of fundy muting him. No, definitely not, Witsit. I'm describing your
ass clown
lack of ability to derive a wave function from the distribution of impacts when there's only one. There's no wave for your medium to require if there's only one impact.
Shut up, Dicelo. You incredible moron, you. Now he's going to come out. I forgot about that.
Fundy muting me again. What's wrong?
Okay.
Say again.
Pause that. Listen to what he came in with. It's all word salad. So that's just lie. And why? Why would you come in and hang yourself? Why would you now become Machiavellian? Yeah. Why? Because you've got an ulterior agenda. So you'll come in and you'll indict yourself, yeah, and show everybody what we've just heard, yeah, that you're stupid because your rebuttal is nonsensical. Why would he do it? Because he's having his hero. He's having his ass handed to him right now.
Yep.
So now the White Knights have got to come in.
Yep.
And even to the point that they'll just come in and sacrifice themselves with a retarded statement like that. Give it a J.
Okay.
Yes. That is just hang yourself.
Yep. So it's Dicelo, moron, Efer idiot up here that comes in. I suppose he senses. I don't know how you couldn't sense it, that Witsit's got his ass tore up. So this is what he does.
There's no wave for your medium to require if there's only one impact. There's him fundy muting me again.
Yeah, you got it. It was Dicelo, though, not Witsit.
Yeah, but at what point is Nathan describing the probability wave function, which is built up by individual quantized pattern, yeah, is a word salad? He's describing where Witsit could possibly get the misconception of a wave from.
Yep.
So to describe it as word salad is to hang himself as a retard or a white knight.
Yeah. Both. A retarded
What's
white
wrong,
knight.
Witsit? This defeat.
Okay, Oakley,
this defeat. Maybe we can talk now. Can we talk now, Witsit? Or do you need to continually chant through me while I point out you can't have a wave? You do need to chant through. We can't talk now. It's too triggered. The little boy can't stop flapping his gums through the top of me. It's painful, Witsit. There's no wave when there's one impact.
You're assuming a singular discrete chunk is traveling from point A to point B.
I didn't say anything about the journey, but there's definitely a single impact.
Wow. See how he's still desperately trying to just pin anything, any claim on Nathan. You are assuming what the quantized chunk that we measure and send individually and then watch it hit the plate.
No. Nathan's presuming Witsit's claim.
Oh, that's my point. Even though it's been demonstrated, we've talked about quantum mechanics, we've talked about single slit, double slit, etc., yeah, which all require that presumption, in my opinion. Yeah, he's still trying to hold into that claim so that he doesn't have to then deal with his claim that he's going to use contradictory to what he did. Was it 2 weeks before?
Adam, just cease and desist. He just simply turned the tables again, and he's claimed that Nathan's presuming that light's traveling. That's all that happened here.
Why?
I don't know.
What happens when you remove the slit?
Who cares? There's no wave. Your medium needs a wave.
Right now it does, but later on down the road, it's not going to, because light is the medium. This is unbelievable.
Is there only a single impact?
We're going to move on to a different subject.
Hold on. It's this change of claim, which Brian's here, and we've all alluded to it, that in the development of Ethereanism, it changes so that the actual thing that is the wave, which is supposedly light, is not just the propagation of it; it is the whole medium.
That's where it's
happening here.
Yep, that's where it's going to go in the end. Yes.
Holy wow!
It's going to switch from light needing a medium, and the medium has to be something. So as something is ether, which is a nothing, that's going to change to the new claim. It's a presto magico switch. This fucking idiot of a clown is going to actually switch it to light being the medium. Yep, that's going to happen. Wait for it.
It'll all make sense. So let's go. Yeah.
Single impact. No distribution of impacts. Only one. No wave.
Can I point out one of these contradictions, Nathan? A major contradiction here. He's attacking you with that's completely wrong. The ether is an integral part of general relativity.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
What else is an integral part of general relativity? A claimed two-way speed of light. That's a two-way speed of light going from one place to another and back again. Right, so that's a speed. That's 671 million miles per hour. That's connected to his ether that he's trying to use as an argument against you.
Now listen carefully. Ether doesn't claim that light has a...
Ether doesn't claim.
Talk about reifying.
Yeah.
Classic.
Fairy tale fuckwit ether, even if it existed, wouldn't make claims. That's a reification fallacy, you retard. This is where we're at, folks. Let's get that J. Say that again, dumbass.
671 million miles per hour. That's connected to his ether that he's trying to use as an argument against you.
Now listen carefully. Ether doesn't claim that light has a speed.
No, maybe.
Ether doesn't claim that light has a speed. Absolutely unbelievable. Okay, what else?
Hold up. Ether doesn't claim that light has a speed. The differential in the speed of light in different directions proves the ether.
Yep. You got it, Adam.
Oh, complete and absolute duplicitous shithouse.
Yep, he's a scrote. He's a moron.
I've been holding that back.
This has more benefits, this little topic. Just wait.
Wait there.
So when
you want me to wait there?
Yeah, because my old
Superchat.
Super Efer.
Didn't he sound so sweet when he said it?
He did.
Sasha said, "Ether can speak." That's new.
Yep, that's a new one. Mark that down, Sasha. This is going to be a gift that keeps on giving. So good job, Brian. Let's see what happens here.
No, maybe address that fact.
Oh, he didn't listen.
That would be
no. I had to close down his line while he chanted through every last word that you said, Brian. He's not in a mood to listen. Oh, no. I mean, I obviously made sure that the audience got to hear you say that. But Witsit couldn't tolerate it. He chanted through every last word that you said. He didn't hear it.
Ether is not claiming
now he's going to ignore the fact that he hasn't listened to you and start chanting again, having ignored what I said.
Okay, say it again. I heard what he said. I've heard his stupid claim about relativity 10 times. He's just wrong. You won't let me expose him, though.
You couldn't expose a soup sandwich. Ass clown.
It's not my stupid claim. It's a fact. Einstein supported the ether. He said the ether was necessary for light to propagate through space. And he also agreed with a particular speed of that light, moving from A to B and B back to A at a particular rate. That rate is 671 million miles per hour. That would be not a constant. That wouldn't be instantaneous. That would have an actual rate. And you're trying to attack Nathan and us on some rate. We're not claiming a rate. We didn't claim a particular rate. But you're trying to claim, you're saying light is going from one place to another. Right? That's what you're saying. That's part of your ether, pal.
Yep.
Okay, that's not part of the ether. You won't let me respond, though. The electrical field theory ether is...
The electrical field theory ether. Is that some other type of ether? What's electrical field theory? And then what's ether? Asshat.
Is diametrically opposed to what Einstein was talking
about. Oh, really? So your ether is diametrically opposed to Einstein's ether. That's very interesting. Really? Okay. Just wait. It's coming. That's very interesting. Let's see.
Wait.
Yeah, you're going to fuck it. What?
Well, Unitox Fanu said ether can speak. That's new. So now it's not only capable of speak, but it's also capable of philosophical thought.
Yes. And differentiating itself from Einstein's ether. Let's see if... Huh?
Don't you find that ironic, though? Because he just charged Nathan with doing something that he's doing.
Yes. It gets better.
Flatfeet. He's not doing it. Ether's doing it.
Efers doing it.
Now, don't you start reifying on his account.
Oh, just wait. This is gonna grow many blooms. Just relax.
Said space-time must have... There you go. Interrupt me. He said...
Yeah, why not? Because you're a fucking retard. What does Einstein say?
Space-time must have physical properties. In this sense, there must exist an ether because we...
Really?
Is he quoting Einstein?
He's misquoting. I'm sorry. He's misparaphrasing Einstein. We'll get to that. Let him finish.
We have nothing for time intervals or the propagation of light, but do not think of it as a medium that motion can be applied to.
That's not what he said.
Because he was replacing the ether. Because
he was replacing the ether with ether. You fucking ass clown, you. I got you. I got you. All right, ass clown. Where are you? Uh-oh. There she is. Albert Einstein, 1920. Let's see. We may say that according to the general theory of relativity, space is endowed with physical qualities. In this sense, therefore, there exists an ether. According to general theory of relativity, Space without ether is unthinkable. For in such space, there not only would be no propagation of light, that's your claim. Well, your original claim anyway. But also no possibility of the existence for standards of space and time, measuring rods and clocks, which is utterly meaningless, nor therefore any space-time intervals in the physical sense. Here's the really important part, besides the propagation of light. But this ether may not be thought of as endowed with the quality characteristic of ponderable media. Guess what that means? The medium is immaterial. How's this different than your ether? Huh? Ass clown. Want me to read that again? So no propagation of light without your Efers, your number one claim, by the way. And then your number two claim, that ether was immaterial. This is what this means. Endowed with a quality characteristic of ponderable media, not to be thought of. It's the same dumbass ether as yours.
Also, exactly where they keep having the ambiguity fallacy where nothing, or the space, being some sort of ontological entity of emptiness.
And more importantly, this is where can you guys see this screen? It's got Robert Sungenis. You can't see this?
Yes. Oh, we got it. We got it.
You do see it. Now remember what Whitsitt said. He said that Whitsitt's ether, whatever the fuck that is, from electrical field theory is different than Einstein's theory of ether being in general relativity. Everyone on board? Everyone got that? Yes? Listen up.
And then as he's going from special relativity, trying to fit that into everything, and it's not easy, he realizes that it's not working for the rest of the universe. It only works for special frames, which they call an inertial frame, where there's no gravity, no inertial forces, no nothing. It's just a perfect environment. And that's how this theory is invented, in that kind of perfect environment. That's the only place it's going to work. But what place in the universe do you know that's like that? There's gravity, inertial forces, all kinds of things out there. That's the real world. So Einstein discovered that, my theory doesn't fit into the real world. It only fits theoretically into the perfect world of an inertial frame. So what are we going to do? Well, we have to invent another theory called general relativity. And guess what that does? Well, like you said, it makes the speed of light variable. It can go any speed. It's not held to 186,000 miles a second. He admits that in general relativity, because as soon as you have gravity and inertial forces in the mix, that changes everything. Okay? And guess what else? He takes back the very ether that he rejected in the 1905 special theory. Okay?
No, Whitsitt. No shaking your head, yes. You fucking sore rat weasel, you.
Was a smile and a nod.
No, not the same ether. Robert Sungenis, that same ether, your ether, and you just agreed. Why did you fucking lie to the panel? Why? I'm going to take a break, man. I got to take a break.
Before you do, can you do me one favor?
Just talk to me, Adam.
Oh,
He's got to take a break now.
I just want to come back to why he's so pissed off. So we can just put your slide back up. So the term ether has had many uses over the millennia. Yeah. The kind of fundamental remnant is that it's for a propagation of light. Yeah. Which is it's even though he admits it's a particle, yeah, he's agreeing with Einstein. Yeah, he's in total agreement with Einstein that we do need to invoke a dark matter, a medium for something to propagate in. Now, why would I need to do that if I know that there isn't a wave that's required for this thing to propagate as a wave in? There is no requirement for the medium. We've just spent an hour and whatever, yeah, discussing that. He understands that here he'll nod and agree and make the confirmation that even though he knows it's a quantized chunk of energy, yeah, there's still a medium. And this is why he's in agreement with Einstein to me, yeah, because he's still invoking this same thing. Now, he might try to make a differentiation between what Einstein called ether and what Witzig called ether. Fundamentally, the underlying premise to invoke this fourth dimension metaphysical explanation is to allow a propagation, a wave function of light. That's why it's very frustrating and why it's duplicitous. Have you breathed, QE?
Nah, you screwed up.
I don't doubt
You
I
used
did,
the
because physics is not.
term wave function.
Oh, go on, correct me,
To
AI.
be fair, there's so much.
Keep it on focus, if not my
Yeah, there's
critique,
so
but
much.
with-
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much definitional three-card Monty going on when you talk to these people, is that you end up making some of their mistakes by osmosis. So the wave function, when they're talking about propagation of a wave, they don't describe that as a wave function. The wave function is the distribution of the impacts on the sensor, or the probability of its path. It's not actually the way it travels.
Come on, back on track. Invocation of an ether. Now, both Einstein and Witzig maintain this dark matter invocation, this thing they can't prove, yeah, but it has to be there. The thing that he's just decried, that he's invocated. He starts out with dark matter, yeah, and modern physicists and theoretical physics invocate it because it's necessary for a particular function of their paradigm, and he decries that. Now, he's doing the same thing now, and he's also then attacking Einstein for his ether, and he's differentiating himself from Einstein's ether to Witzig's ether. But what is the underlying function of all of the only final purpose of ether at the end of its definitions?
For light to travel.
Einstein, yeah, it's a medium for light to perturbate in as a wave. Both Einstein and Witzig cling on to this dark matter description to allow what? To allow something that they know to be false. Light is a wave. The only reason to invoke an ether, to invoke a wave pattern or an actual wave, a perturbation, as they describe it. There is none, as is admitted. And as Nathan's took him through painfully.
Well,
individual
he's
chunks.
gonna deny that he said light was a wave later anyway. So he's a liar. We just caught him lying again. He's lying to Brian and the panel. That's it. It's a fucking liar.
Yeah, because he's also going to go back. He's also now going to be stating that light is the medium, completely excluding the ether. Do you know what I mean? That's where he's at these days.
I don't know when it's coming. All I'm telling you is he just lied again, right to your face.
Before you do, AI's final point.
AI has a point. I didn't hear
that bit. Did you understand where we're at, AI? I know I may have misspoken on a function or path or whatever, but it's the invocation of ether to me.
No, your
function
your misspeak was actually appropriate because, like you said, you used the term wave function where it didn't belong, but that's what they do. They use that term, then they see the word wave, they just drop the function at the end, and then interpret it as a wave, and then they start making their claims.
So we've gotten past the point of the blatant lie. Did you guys miss that part?
Well, it's worse than that, Huey. It's worse than the lie. Like, I'm focused on the lie he told there because he agreed with Sungenis. But it's worse than that because Einstein, right, knew that light was not a wave.
Yes.
So that means that when Whitsitt is agreeing with Sungenis, he's agreeing with light being of having particle-like behavior.
Yeah, it's not worse than
By
the lie.
implication, is he not?
It's not worse than the
It's
lie.
not worse than the lie, but it also exposes the fact if he's willing to agree with that and agree with what he's saying about Einstein, then he's also agreeing that light is not what he's claiming it to be.
Yeah, he'll just deflect off that part. I just wanted to point out the lie.
I'm confused. Is this an indictment of cookery? Because I don't want to indict. I'm not trying to indict Whitsitt as thinking that he's just kind of bastardizing Einstein's need for an ether. Yeah, I'm saying that they both have the same need, and that's because they want to behave it, allow it to propagate in a wave-like way. But is he just like book holding here with some Sungenis just to keep that? So he won't disagree with the most fundamental points that he must have to disagree with. He'll just nod and plod because he's invoked an ether. Is that your indictment?
No, my indictment is that he just lied. He told Brian one thing, that it was a different ether, and then agreed with Sungenis about the ether that he took back. It's just a lie.
Yeah, it's just, forget the Brian bit. It's just the Sungenis bit. Your exact issue with him there.
It's a comparison, Adam. Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm just asking you to underline the statement of what the statement he makes to Sungenis. Then we can bring it back to what Brian just said.
Well, Sungenis said, do I get to walk you through it, ABC?
Yes, please.
You don't get it?
Oh, clearly not.
In the previous video, he was arguing with Brian that it was a different ether. First, he misparaphrased Einstein, number one. Number two, he said that Einstein's ether and his ether are different. But then we just went to Robert Sungenis. Sungenis said, and you know what? When he made general theory of relativity, he had to take the same ether back that he disclaimed in special relativity, and Whitsitt agreed. Hello? McFly?
Yeah, straight out lie.
It's a straight out lie. He lied to Brian. You want to listen to some more?
No, do you see how I just worked the room to get us back to a perfect point before you disappeared through rage quitting? So press play. We're back on the game.
Because it debunked that the Earth was moving when we looked at Michelson-Morley. So would you like to pretend you know what I just said?
Oh, I know what you just said, you fucking liar. I'll give you pretend. You need a code red. That's how we fix this. I'll gladly help.
Wow, you're entertaining.
Sorry, we were discussing this before you got here, Whitsitt.
Yeah. The theory part is the part I was most interested in, because that means it would be a scientific theory that is proven through scientific method. So you'll be able to prove through a scientific method the existence of this medium and what it causes, which is claimed to be magnetism.
No. Okay.
Yes.
No.
So you won't be able to do that then. So you won't be doing that then.
No, you won't.
So you won't be doing that then.
No.
I'm not claiming to be doing that then. That's right, because the ether is immaterial, cannot be science.
Then why did you bring up electric field theory? Now we're back. It's not science. This guy, I don't know. What, do you just give answers? Do you look down at your mood ring? Fucking clown.
Theory.
They all have to interrupt me.
Yeah, we all have to interrupt you. When you say stupid shit and contradict yourself, you're gonna get interrupted. Shocking surprise.
Every one of them.
Can I add something, Nathan?
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, feel free.
No, don't. Feel free.
Hold on one second,
I'm trying
Brian.
to look into this, and there does appear to be 3 positions. So
There's 3 positions on Efer? Paul. Fucktard. That's a law of identity violation. Idiot clown.
This is
They do seem to-
is quite well. Just before he speaks, wow.
Yep.
So within a false dichotomy, you think you're intelligent enough to turn it into a false trichotomy, not realizing that that's not a way of disproving it. You've just added to the retardia.
Yep.
There's 3 positions on this. No, there's 4 or 5. It's stupid. It's retarded. Yeah, it's nonsense. That's not the way of dealing with this. Yeah.
Yep.
But this is where we were 2 years ago, that people want to be fluffy and lovely. And maybe it's not just as critical as that. Maybe there's another reason for the ether to exist. Maybe we can just imagineer. Yeah. We can't just use physics to destroy it and wits its nonsense. Maybe we could produce another reason to imagineer this shit.
Well, I don't know why. Sorry.
Just to say, people are desperate for a non-physical solution to the problems, which is what wits it. What QE starts playing this out with. It's one of the laughable things with regards to heliocentrism and modern astro bullshittery, yeah, that they have to invoke dark energy. It's a laughable point that to maintain your paradigm, you invent something from nothing to maintain your paradigm and resolve all the problems. This is where we're at. This is exactly where we're at with ether and light. And this guy doesn't realize that. Doesn't realize how duplicity is, how it indict one people, yeah, the people we laugh at, the ballers, their stupidity, yeah, with the same set of standards that he's now ignoring and asking us to just hook, hold, and swallow.
Nathan should have shut him down. He's white, an alleged flat earther bringing this stuff in here. So let's hear what he has to say. Brian, did you want to add something?
Yeah, it's just like I wanted to focus on there. I wanted everyone to focus on the fact that he brought up the electrical field theory.
Yeah, you
the
caught
word theory.
Yep.
But I wanted more focus on that.
Yeah, I know you did, but they went off topic again. And now we got LVA Paul, a quote-unquote meat hook, alleged flat earther, trying to white knight for Witsit. What are the there's many types of ether. Really, LVA Paul? Please, pray tell.
To have a unique separate from Einstein's theory.
Einstein's theory? We're not talking about Einstein's theory. We're talking about the ether in Einstein's theory, dumbass. My God.
We're now talking Einstein's, Witsit's, and LVA Paul's ether.
Yep. Please continue.
Duh.
That's it.
They're diametrically opposed.
So you're saying they're diametrically opposed. That's why didn't you say that when Dr. Babylon Bob brought it up then? Witsit? Ah!
No, there's many different Paul. There's many different versions of the ether, right? Because it's a nothing.
Exactly. Outstanding performance, Brian.
If it was a something, there'd only be whatever it is. There wouldn't be.
Exactly. There would only be one. Exactly. Good job, Brian.
Different versions. The same way as there's different versions of gravity. You know, because
I'm just saying it's their claim.
You're just saying it's their claim. Who is there and what's their claim? LVA Paul? Clown show?
Their claim, like from Eric Dollard, is it?
Eric Dollard? Why you pulling Eric Dollard? Who the fuck is Eric Dollard in this discussion? I've talked to Eric Dollard before. Personally. And what does Eric Dollard have to do with this?
His theory is of anti-relativity.
His theory is anti-relativity. Well, I doth protest because, number one, Eric Dollard doesn't have a theory. He doesn't know what a theory is. He doesn't know what natural science is. He's just got to put, clumsily so, like idiot Ether Boy does, Einstein on the other side of the friggin' carousel. For a compare and contrast, that's it. Your point made no sense. Because as we've just seen, they're the same Efers. Anything else?
So it's against Einstein.
So it's just against Einstein. It's just anti-Einstein. What is? Pray tell. You're not going to get into that because you're a fucking idiot.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Paul, for your detailed explanation. Is that the white paper technical language? Thank you. You just lied again. Fucking idiot. You piece of shit.
They won't respond to that.
They won't respond to what? What are we not responding to? I'll tell you what, come on by here. I'll give you my response. Fucking asshole.
According to Einstein, who's supposed
Oh, he said it again.
Oh, yeah, he did say it again. That's right.
Okay, so I explained to you what Einstein...
You couldn't explain a fucking toothpick coherently.
I was saying...
the citations are there from Einstein
Yeah, we just read it.
stating this. QE have
I just quoted him.
presented them.
You didn't quote him. You misparaphrased him.
Lloyd.
Just quoted him.
You misparaphrased him. And I just showed my audience a few minutes ago.
I just cited it.
You didn't cite it. That's not a citation. A citation involves quotations and a reference. You don't know what a citation is. Shocking surprise.
Citations. Quotes.
Sorry. Okay.
I just cited it.
Okay. We'll accept that you've got to.
You didn't cite it. You'll accept that what? What you going to accept?
Different version of ether.
So you're going to accept that now he's Jedi mind tricked you into accepting that he's got a different version of ether than Einstein. You're going to accept that. Why? You still here? Why? Don't answer.
Because obviously there's multiple versions of it.
That's
Fine.
correct.
Oh, there's multiple versions of it. That's a law of identity violation. So we're just going to let that go? All right.
Okay. Well, your ether still requires light as a wave to traverse
Maybe. Let's see if it still does.
a medium at a given rate.
Okay, well, light
Okay.
is neither a particle nor a wave according...
There you go. Light's not a wave now. There you go. There you got it.
According. The shithousery. Give it a J and list the whole sentence. He'll
right.
prerequisite with meat hooks so that he can't ever be held to any of the shit that comes out of his own mouth.
Yep. There you go. He just said it. He's going to say it a number of times.
Your ether still requires light as a wave to traverse a medium at a given rate.
Okay, well, light is neither a particle nor a wave according to ether.
According to ether, really bring ether
There goes
in here.
reifying.
Yeah.
Yeah, for real.
Huh, I
Uncle
guess
Ether.
that destroys your entire argument in 1702. It's gone. Poof. You just contradicted yourself. Like I said, a contradicting, lying piece of shit sore rat. That's all you are. That's it. Demonstrated over and over and over again. And it's going to continue for the next 2 hours.
like the electrical field theory ether that was thrown
Electrical field theory ether that was thrown out. All right, let's get back to this electrical field theory.
away. It is just a disturbance in the medium, quote unquote, that's already
Quote unquote. That's when you know you're going to get screwed. In the medium, quote unquote.
there, and not a material medium.
So it's an immaterial medium. That makes perfect sense. There's no paradox there.
They're the best kind.
Okay, so that's semantics.
Immaterial, right?
That's just semantics. That's just semantics. Listen to this. Look at it. It's getting a J. That's getting a J. It's full J. Let's hear that again, dumbass.
To ether, like the electrical field theory ether that was thrown away, it is just a disturbance in the medium, quote unquote, that's already there, and not a material medium. Okay, so that's semantics.
Yep, there you go. That's key. Quote unquote, semantics, colloquially, get ready. Pull your drawers down. You're getting piped. Semantics. He wouldn't know, he doesn't even know what semantics is. So now that I've taken semantics out and I've quote unquoted and used colloquially, now I can just make shit up. Yeah.
If you take out semantics, then words don't have meanings.
Yep.
That's a useful thing to do as a bullshitter. If I could take out the semantics of all words, I could say any word, and I'd be impugnable.
Yep.
Not that impugnable would mean anything because I've removed the semantics. But there you go.
You listen to that, White Knights. That's him pissing down your backs and telling you it's raining. How's it feel?
It's already there. It doesn't need a wave to move through it.
So it's
waves aren't
immaterial medium. Sorry, that's a contradiction in
Did somebody say something?
Yeah, I was trying to get in just before you went back off. The electrical field theory, did that come after the double slit with the argon pump laser and after the photoelectric effect?
What's it? Electrical field theory?
Yes.
What the hell is that?
Yeah, exactly. But I'm saying, is that something that was conjured up before that point?
I have no idea.
Oh,
it was something that was conjured up in that sentence, Pram, because it wasn't electrical field theory. It was electrical field theory of ether. Yeah.
But whatever that is, somebody cite it, please. I'd like to see it. Doesn't exist.
terms with it. You can't have an immaterial medium. Yeah, that's kind of a bit like, who's talking in G+? Just pop yourself on mute. Just pop yourselves on mute, please. Thank you. Sorry, that's a contradiction in terms. A bit like the fabric of space-time. I mean, obviously a conceptual fourth-dimensional space-time medium that's also inconceivable, can't be perceived. That's what you're describing. An immaterial medium. If it's immaterial, it's not a medium.
Duh.
That's why I said acts as a medium.
Oh, acts as a medium. Oh, we forgot you qualified it. It's still a fucking paradox.
That's fucking brilliant.
What a ass clown you are. Yeah,
That's
that
why
was.
I said acts as. I'm just laughing. That's why I said acts as a medium. Nathan, you Mongol. Yeah, what is it? This guy's ego is beyond repair, isn't it? The Dunning-Kruger, whatever he actually thinks his imaginary medium.
No, it's repairable.
It's
repairable. I told you, Code Red is dumbass. It'll be repaired. I'll guarantee it. Yep, that's how you repair it. Yeah. it's not a force, but you can think of it as a force. In other words.
That's why I said acts like a force.
Yeah.
Not is a force. Yeah?
Yeah.
The bending of space-time.
Force space. I can't.
Act
Arwen?
as a medium.
We're going to sit this one out.
Sort of like.
You should have sat this one out. You should have sat the whole thing out. In fact, you should just remove yourself from flat Earth.
What a desperate twat. Oh, now, thanks. See, he thinks he runs the place, doesn't he? Oh, and you should sit this one out. Thanks.
Bending space-time acts like a force. Sort of similar to that.
No, see, I'm not saying that it's science.
Here we go again.
I'm saying it's metaphysical bullshit, man. Do you understand? It's not science. It's a new way.
We're not.
No.
It's no.
It's a logical framework.
No. We're not claiming that you are claiming that it's science. You an unbelievable retard. We're claiming that it doesn't exist, like your IQ. That's what our claim is.
Yeah. Yeah, because when he's trying to imply that we're claiming that he's claiming that it's science, he's reifying it via that.
Yeah.
What it? It is the ether that has no relevance and no proof of in reality. What he's actually doing is he's saying it's not natural science, but you can think of it as natural science. That's what he's saying to everybody. Go on, Nathan.
Well, I'm just agreeing with you. It is ether and it is assumed to exist. There just isn't scientific validity because I'm not claiming that. In that suggestion, it gets, I don't know, you said it a second ago, reified into existence. Oh no, it still exists. It's just we don't have scientific validity for it.
If I was to take a box of cornflakes and on the back of it, right, my IQ is 160, would it reify IQ or even mean that my IQ, if I could reify it, was 160?
No, it would mean the cornflakes are probably jaded.
A pseudo
I'm saying we have
medium.
two different frameworks to interpret it. Only one of them is logically viable.
Here we go with two frameworks to interpret whatever it is that are logically viable. So we're going to employ logical frameworks that he just pulled out of his ass to apply it to nature, which is a complete and utter non sequitur category here.
Before we carry on, can somebody unspan a Neil and ban him? He's claiming that Brian's logi or logic is his favourite. I'm not. Get out. You might
you
be
guys hear me?
convalescing. I'm not having it.
We got you now. We got you now, Flatsy. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I was saying a slow-mo moonbuggy said something. He said a pseudo medium is good.
A pseudo medium. It's not going to be a pseudo medium here shortly. It's light's going to become the medium. Just wait for it.
So you're claiming we can't talk about the ether because it's not science.
No, we never claimed that.
There it is. That's the trick, isn't it? If he can make it seem like I'm suggesting that because he hasn't got science, we can't talk about it. Well, it's still valid, even though we haven't got science. I wasn't claiming it did. Will be his response to his own, what would be the word? Oh, straw man.
Yeah.
He likes throwing that word around, doesn't he?
Yep. That's exactly what he did. He's Jedi mind tricked himself into thinking that we're thinking that he's made a claim that it is scientific. It's the same thing in 1702, the previous couple versions that we went through. We did it about 8 times. I'm sure we'll do it another 18 times here. Yeah. Yeah. See, we're not claiming and ever claimed from the beginning that your claim that ether was science. We're saying it doesn't exist like your IQ. That's our problem with the ether. You idiot of a retard. So you reframing it all like incoherent Joseph Goebbels like after the fact isn't going to save your dumbass. Idiot.
and you're making claims about photons.
Now you're gonna put that against a false dichotomy, or conjure a false dichotomy. That's what you're just a fucking retard.
And electrons. You can't make a claim about a photon without an electron.
Arwen was right on it. You're creating a false dichotomy. Exactly, Arwen. That's what he just said. After he greased the skids with his straw man. Yep. Good job.
You're creating. I've got an issue.
God, you got an issue?
Yeah, you can't make a claim about an electron without a photon, or vice versa. I'm not sure why. It doesn't matter. Arrange it how you want. That's not necessarily true, is it? Again, yeah, it's a power statement of pseudo-intellectualism. It isn't based in anything.
Of course.
Yeah, even if you look at the photoelect, they're separate things. One concept invocating another. This guy doesn't know his arse from his elbow. Yeah. And yet he'll stand there and make a statement like that to reassert his authority in the room.
Yep.
Even though every statement he makes is challengeable. Yet he'll make it to try and demonstrate he knows that what the fudge he's talking about. Every time I listen to him, it makes me question, does he know, like I say, backside from...
No, he doesn't. He doesn't know the difference between nouns and verbs, Adam. How can you expect him to conversate about this subject? Yeah. But he does.
There's a Witsit tolerance level, and we keep doing this. We've done all right, I think, tonight. But there gets a point where every single semi-sentence that comes out of his mouth, you can't tolerate anymore.
Yep.
The first bit we started out, you let a bit slide, but now it's so continuous nonsense of shite.
Yep.
You can't, even now, even though this is a record, we can't let him get it out because it's just terrible. This boy is Machiavellian to the extreme. His Machiavellian machinations being demonstrated.
It's a form of heresy.
Oh, go ahead. No, that was
just saying it's it was me. I'm saying it's a form of heresy. What he does.
It's a form of retardation. Delusional Dunning-Kruger.
But he
what's
just
the third
admitted
option?
why he's doing it.
He's back to his, what's the third option again? Got to have a third option, Arwen, or you can't call it a false dichotomy. Witsit, you abject moron.
What's your third option?
There he goes again.
He said that ether proves that the Earth isn't moving through space. And without the ether, what's that mean?
The third option is that all these different types of elements that we find are not actually connected. They're just an aberration.
Sorry, just 1 second. Penny's just dropped what John's just said. The reason why John was pointing out that somebody in the chat skanking QE show was saying, without the ether, Earth must be turning. And now we know why they believe that. You've been duped so badly that you believe if we don't have ether, the contrapositive of Earth turns true. In other words, they've swallowed the false dichotomy from the feast of nonsense and now believe it's true. If we don't have ether, then we've got Earth turn.
Another straw man fallacy. So the Earth's not spinning.
That's got to be horseshit. Since every time you claimed a straw man fallacy, it wasn't. What's the straw man?
No. This is a fundamental premise. So if you're going to invoke Michelson-Morley, then you have to realize that there is a rotational rate. There is a differential in the speeds of light, one direction to the other, which can only be invoked with one of two options within another false dichotomy, that being rotation of an Earth or rotation of the ether.
Of the sky.
This is what, No, that's in addition. The rotation of the sky is separate to an additional rotation of the ether that is proved within the Michelson-Morley, given that we know that the Earth isn't rotating.
Therefore, the differential in the equipment must mean that the ether is rotating, because we can measure a differential in the speed, the transit of the speed of light in one direction to the other. Whitsitt 2022.
Yeah, but it's still that when he says ether in rotation, it's with respect to the sky. There's no doubt about that.
No.
Yeah.
So no, that's part of the
No, it's not. The sky's rotating. It's the fluid rotating with the sky. That's responsible.
So the first. No, so the first initial no, because otherwise the two rates would match, and therefore you would actually have supposition that from Michelson-Morley the Earth is rotating. So the reason you can reject through Michelson-Morley it's not the Earth is because it's not commensurate with a rotational rate. However, there is a rotational rate that is demonstrated within the Michelson-Morley. Now, that rotational rate is nowhere near the amount that it should be for a spinning ball. But because it's there, it demonstrates to us Etherians that the ether is rotating. Now, the sky is also rotating.
Stop.
Done.
No, they're not nearly done. That had nothing to do. The rotation of the Earth had nothing to do with the original Michelson-Morley non-experiment. It was the translation or the transmission of the Earth. Nothing to do with the Earth rotating on an axis.
I'm not talking about what Michelson and Morley did. I'm talking about what retards in 2024 invoked.
All right, go ahead.
So because it's not equivalent to any rotational speed of either the heavens or the Earth, which is technically the same, but there is this slight variance, we can see that the medium in which light propagates is also rotating, as described within the Michelson-Morley. Hence the explanation for the interference pattern, i.e. the assumption, as Whitsitt says 2 weeks before this video, that the speed of light is different in different directions along its journey.
All right.
Has nothing to do with the ether. The reason the ether was thrown out was because it showed that the Earth wasn't spinning, so it was no longer considered a...
But again, a contradiction in terms. It has nothing to do with the Earth turn, but it's also simultaneously the reason we don't have Earth turn. Directly connecting it to Earth turn, contrary to your direct statement that it isn't connected to it. So you are a double-speaking, contradictory fundy who's now chanting through me. Can we just speak, Whitsitt? Can we just talk? Yeah? Gonna chant and fundy mute me? Dick. Yeah, you're just contradicting yourself with every second breath.
I'm not contradicting myself.
He said it had nothing to do with Earth turn, then directly connected it to it not being Earth turn, disproving Earth turn. So by contrapositive...
See my point? So any reasonable, rational person would think it's got something to do with it. It isn't. But the fact that it isn't, but it still rotates, is therefore the proof of ether. Because we know the Earth's not a ball and it's not rotating, but we detect within Michelson-Morley this. Therefore, the ether's rotating, separate to how we perceive the stars, because within Michelson-Morley, we have a fringe pattern. Therefore, ether.
Yeah. Well, in 2018, didn't Bob come out on the documentary on Netflix with a 15 degree per hour claim of ether? So they do think that it's connected to the rotation of the celestial bodies.
No. So yes and no. So not 15 degrees because it's not quite there. Because remember, at different times of the year, and he's got millions of data points of this. You know, if you run a faulty optical gyroscope up and down a mountain a bit, you get millions of data sources that demonstrate to you that not only does it rotates at different speeds on your altitude and different times of the year. That motherfucker spins a little bit different. Yeah. Or it could just be the gyroscope that you bought that you knew was faulty when you bought it is faulty. But I don't know. It could just mean ether otherwise.
Yeah, but that's not what Bob said. He didn't say all that in the documentary.
No, I'm
he
not
was
on
very
about
specific about. Yeah, but I brought up Bob because Bob is the originator of this stuff into this community, and he brought that up in that documentary. And he was very specific about the 15 degrees.
Yeah, Bob's separate, and the thing about Whitsitt is he isn't specific about the 15. What he says is he's got millions of data points that prove this, and it changes throughout the year and through altitude. As he demonstrates, that light travels at different speeds in different directions, and the attributable cause to that is a non-physical medium known as ether, and it's this rotation rate that we can measure at different altitudes and at different times of the year, how it varies as and this is the point for the contradiction, QA, as we measure this differential at the different altitudes and different times of the year, this change in the speed of light, which is the proof of ether, that's what he's invoking here. But remember what he's invoking.
There's so much bullshit wrapped upon lies and contradictory horse shit that I find myself not even trying to pay attention anymore. Is that
no,
like,
you don't.
Is that like normal behavior? Because I could really give a shit less at this point.
You want to switch off, don't you? Who is that? Go on.
So that's what I'm saying.
There you
Say
go.
again,
Directly connecting it to something you said it's not at all connected to. Ugh.
Don't you see this?
The Earth
Don't you
not
see this
spinning
coming out of your mouth?
has never. Hey, stop interrupting. The Earth's spin has never been demonstrated. That's how we know the Earth's not spinning.
Profound.
The point is that in addition to that, the ether, if it was there, showed.
Flatsy wanted to speak. But
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Very confidently arrogant about the bullshit I just tried to explain as emissary is about to be confirmed by this retard. Yeah. The apologetics he's about to give is what I've just described. I suspect, but Flatsy, off you go.
No, I was going to say profound, but Kiwi beat me to it.
Oh, did I beat you to it? Okay. Go ahead, Adam, quickly.
No, press play. Like I say,
okay.
I want to hear these apologetics.
Irrefutably that it wasn't spinning. So it was thrown away and replaced with relativity. These are two different things. You're now strawmanning me saying that's the only evidence I have the Earth's not spinning, and if we don't have it, then that means the Earth is spinning. What?
He said it was refutable. If the ether's not there, then Earth's spin is refutable.
No, but he's saying that, it also showed.
You guys are
it
retarded.
is turning, but we are.
No, pause. So refracted's caught him out.
Yep.
This is what I'm saying. This is the alternative. Yeah, this is what the only way you can interpret taking a bought on eBay Honeywell B, whatever it is, Honeywell bull gyroscope, yeah, strapping it up, powering it up, and running it up and down the mountain and interpreting the results. Yeah. This is what they're doing now, okay? And they're trying to mickle some more it. And I was here with the guys when they had the piece of equipment. I was part of FE Core, yeah? And it wasn't Bob's. I can't remember the guys. But I'm engaged in this because we're looking at it and it makes no sense. At the same time, we're building a super gyroscope, a really powerful one, Stefan, who ends up ruining it by drilling fucking holes in it. But anyway, but all back then, these are all these crazy things that are happening. And this is my point, bro. What's frustrating, whatever Bob claimed, whatever the guys were claiming then, yeah, is kind of irrelevant. Whitsitt is running with this information, which is not validatable. Like I say, it's based on flat earth retards, of which I was one of back then, not realizing I'm not proving shit. Yeah. Yeah. So he's taking these suppositions from us guys 10 years or 5 years before he even got into this conversation,
yep,
and stating them as fact to people as if it's supporting evidence. That's what galls me here. That's why I keep going back. It's very galling, this data that he cites, because it's the most it's the epitome of bullshittery.
Ah, so you were personally involved with these guys back then, right? I forgot about that.
I'm there with Stefan when he's drilling. Why are we doing this? Why are we, balance it right. You can't disweight a gyroscope by drilling a hole in one. All these things that there's guys that were back then were genuinely trying to do. So the guys with the laser devices, which you might decry as not an experiment back then, but it proved something. Yeah. And we did stuff that allowed us to go forward, and we made mistakes. And one of the mistakes we made was buying a second-hand unequal optical or whatever it is gyroscope, right? That was knackered, hence why it was on eBay, and then powering it up and taking some inference from the results, especially when the inference we take from those results, when they say that based on altitude, your gyroscope changes how it defines level. Listen to the interpretation of your gyroscope. The higher you go, you've got to reinterpret what level it's even more out. It swings it, yeah. And during the seasons, swings even more. Listen to that, yeah. And now, based on that bullshittery, the consequence of that is it demonstrates to you that there's a metaphysical fourth medium that's rotating for the light in this optical gyroscope to behave within. So it works both within the gyroscope and without, as the whole thing rotates, not at the same rate of the heavens, but similar to the Michelson-Morley shit. But it does change based on altitude and the seasons. But they plug these things when they do work into aeroplanes, because that's how they work. They have to, what you have to do, you have to say, right, what height are you? Oh, I don't know. I'm on an aeroplane, so I'm going to change that. Oh, we'll ignore that point. What's the month? Well, it's autumn. Well, that means the rate of Ethereum change will be this. Right, now your gyroscope will work. That's the premise that Whitsit's data that he rapes Bob's memory on, yeah? Because I don't think Bob would be pimping this now if he was still alive, because it's embarrassing. But that's what he rapes this on and uses as substantiation for his fourth dimensional medium. Thank you.
Already had that evidence. We still have it. We don't need.
I just said that. I just said that.
So yeah, thanks.
I literally
for the
just said that.
Superfluous influence.
Sorry,
I literally just said
that does that. It's the lack of a inertial.
These are two different things.
it's
You're now strawmanning saying that's the
Oh, it friggin' went back on me, you son of a bitches.
only
YouTube
evidence I have the Earth's not.
jagoffs.
Had that evidence. Yeah, thanks.
I literally
for the
just said that.
superfluous.
And non-inertial reference frame that does that. I tried to
I
explain.
just said that. Correct.
My bad. Middle of a statement. So
I just
the lack
said
of this second attempt, which it's obviously very triggered. Try a third time. Yeah, the lack of a non-inertial reference frame to cause the star rotation by way of a not actual deflection at 15 degrees an hour observed as we turn beneath, directly connecting ether's star rotation to hold it up in full dichotomy against Earth turn star rotation. But the necessity for ether isn't what debunks the globe Earth's requirement for a non-inertial turning reference frame. The lack of a non-inertial turning reference frame debunks that, not ether.
I agree. I don't say that you need the ether to prove the Earth's not moving. These are remedial strawman fallacies. What I said was the.
So when I defend Whitson and say he's not stupid, I understood what Nathan said. Did everybody else on the Discord channel understanding implicitly what Nathan's point was to be able to make the statement after this wanker's not agreed with anything, to go, I agree, like that?
Yep.
Going, you bastard, that's a good point. He's not stupid. Do you understand? He's a liar.
He's not stupid with respect to this subtopic, but he's a moron with many others that we've already demonstrated. So it's not a all-encompassing thing, Adam.
I love you.
Yeah, I know you do.
The reason relativity was proposed was because ether could know.
Reason what relativity? There's two. Which one are you talking about?
Hold up. The reason ether was proposed was because ether couldn't. Apparently, ether once again let us all down. Couldn't prove. So Einstein had to come up with, because ether couldn't. What are you on about, you glue sniffing? Yeah.
No longer be considered a viable framework because it showed that the Earth wasn't spinning.
Viable framework again. Yeah. What's that?
It doesn't mean you have to have the ether to show the Earth's not spinning. I said before you guys pretended you had a victory lap there that you can prove the Earth's
shithousery.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean you don't have to have the ether to show the Earth's not spinning. What shithousery is that? Listen to your words. Nathan says it, young man. You're talking to old men. Heard this bollocks in the pub. Yeah? Way before we were flat earthers, we've heard idiots contradict themselves. You just demonstrate it time after time. But now in a field where everybody's really, it's like the most educated pub around, isn't it?
Yep.
Everyone in here is listening to you and hearing you talk shit, mate.
It's not spinning without anything to do with the ether. So, Paul, what's up now?
I didn't bring it up.
Chanting about how you were dominating me.
Bring it up then. Hang on, Arwen, please. How could ether show anything when it is not validatable in 3D reality?
Correct.
Okay, so I got a question. If something's not materially manifest, does that equate to non-existence?
See? Somebody interjects. Please. How can ether show anything? Okay, I've got another question for you. Fuck off, Brian. Yeah, that's what's just happened there. Excuse my language.
Yeah. I'm going to pull a J. Yeah, that's just what you got.
In 3D reality.
Correct.
Okay, so I got a question. If something's not materially manifest, does that equate to non-existence?
It creates to non-physical existence. You missed that one.
I want to hear the question again fully, but
okay.
What I just heard was I want to walk away from your questions about reality and talk about some metaphysical presupposition.
Yes, exactly. You got it. Yeah, I'll pull 2 J's. Let's get the full thing.
The ether. So, Paul, what's up now?
I didn't bring it up.
Chanting about how you were dominating me.
Why did you bring it up then? Hang on, Arwen, please. How could ether show anything when it is not validatable in 3D reality?
Correct.
Yeah, there's the question. What's your answer?
Okay, so I got a question.
So your answer is another question.
If something's not materially manifest, does that equate to non-existence?
Yeah, non-physical existence. That's what it equates to. You fucking Egypt. So your rewording of your philosophical question answer to Brian's point. That's the answer. Yeah. Did you think we wouldn't catch that? Go ahead, Adam.
What is it? Is it now the Platonic hour?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. What the metaphysical, philosophical crap to a response about reality? Why? Brian just put about, is it reality? Or let me just ask you something.
Yep.
Something that's not there around. What's happening in the non-reality? Hey, Brian. Hey, take a big draw on my doobie, yeah, and let's head down Cheech and Chong Avenue.
Yep.
What the fudge?
That's what you got here, folks. Welcome to Shangri-La.
You're begging the question of your ether. That's what you're doing here. It's completely
I'm not
rubbish.
begging.
The same way Gora's begged the question of gravity. That's what's going on here.
Because
of ether, they had to bring in, because of the ether that's proving this, that, and the other thing, they had to bring in general relativity. Did they? Show us this ether.
I didn't.
Show us this 3D reality ether. You can't. It's a belief. It's a concept.
Hey, Brian's getting fed up about this time, right? You could hear it in his voice. Nice.
I draw it back to the pub analogy. How long do you tolerate? So we're an hour, 90 minutes, yeah? How long do you tolerate the idiot in the pub?
Yeah.
Said it's 3D reality. That's called a straw man fallacy.
You have no business arguing about it when it comes to physics. Brian. The physical.
Well, the non-inertial
make sure now it's the other guy's time. Yep. Now let me respond.
What? You didn't respond the first time.
Brian's summation that physics, the physical. So hopefully his rebuttal will be to that as opposed to invoke a metaphysical response or a philosophical response.
No, not physical. Not metaphysical response. A metaphysical question answer.
Well, yeah, not even an answer. Yeah, propose a metaphysical question or philosophical question as opposed to answering any question relating to physics.
Yep.
Because I'm going to destroy.
Will you address?
You couldn't destroy a soup sandwich. The jig's up. It's been up ever since the beginning of the first video, by the way.
You addressed me, but you called me Paul, and I was trying to address you, but you want to talk, so go ahead.
Okay, can I respond to that? No one's claiming that ether is science.
Oh my God! Back to the vomit, just like a dog returning to its incoherent vomit, right? E for clown.
This is pathetic apologetics.
Yep.
Right? Yeah. No one's claiming it. Well, it's a frigging good job you're not, isn't it? Otherwise, we wouldn't have progressed past that point because you didn't start with that.
Yeah.
So why now are you trying to, like I say, pathetic apologetics come in with a point of appeasement? Oh, it's an agreement point. Yeah, well done. Well, I'll tell you what, Witsit. Well done, mate. If we can agree that any concept of ether has no basis in science or scientific method, i.e., it's nothing to do with the physical or natural world, I think that's a great point we could move on from. Now, next point.
He's just going back to his vomit incoherently, not addressing Brian's point, right?
If you don't pick up on that admission, look at what when they say you conspiracy theorists, all the lies are in front of you. These people have to tell you they put the truth in plain sight. He's just done that for you.
Yep.
Just told you, pissing in your face in a really polite and unshouty manner, like Nathan, who tells you the truth. Yeah, in a polite way, he's just pissed all over your face. Yep. And if you enjoyed that golden shower, yeah,
he's got more.
It'll keep coming indefinitely. Yeah. However long you want to stand there with your arms out wide, embracing this shit, he'll piss. Yeah.
Yep.
Telling you to buy 3D reality. I made it very.
Sorry, Bob Nodell's claiming it's science. That's incorrect. That's wrong. Sorry, do you want me to show Bob Nodell contradicting that statement?
Am I Bob or am I?
So you said, and I quote, nobody.
Yeah, as in I'm not.
No, that's not what nobody means. When you say I'm not, you say I'm not. When you say nobody, that's completely different, you friggin' retard.
Oh, semantics. You mean when you speak, that what you should say should have some meaning to me again?
Yep.
So when you say nobody, what you actually meant was me.
Yes.
I should have known that. What a retard I am.
Yeah.
Next time you say nobody, I'll instantly assume you mean me.
It's another reason why we expel him from this community. Is you can't. A man's only as good as his word. When he says things and then says, "No, I don't mean the things I said," you can't take his word. Even when he's talking nonsense and doublespeak, it's like I can't even trust a single word you say.
Exactly. Yep. Let's hear it. Give us the full story there, Shitsit.
So when you stereotyped the rest of everybody with you, what you, the big-headed, arrogant, young prick did was make what you think what, quote, everybody thinks. And when I point out that Bob doesn't agree with you, when you decide that what you think is what everybody thinks, you arrogant little shit. No, not everybody thinks what you think, you stupid little boy.
I wasn't saying...
I'll give you an example of where someone doesn't think what you, not everybody, thinks, Witsit. Bob
child.
specifically thinks it's science, unlike you, not everybody. So let's just get that clear before we move forward, in spite of your declaration that, quote, nobody declares it as science. Bob Nodell declares it is science. Furthermore, he declares that we don't understand that very science you, not everybody, say it isn't.
All right, what Nathan's referring to is...
There's two things.
Hold on.
Well, I was giving you,
on.
old man, a chance to gather your thoughts.
I got it. This is exactly what Bob said. This is what Nathan's talking about. Glowbusters Bob, FED is incapable of understanding the science behind the ether. You guys can't see this in Discord, but everyone on YouTube can.
I can see you scrolling. Oh, there is it. Wits it, shits it. Ether is immaterial. It cannot be scienced. So that's his claim here. That's fine. But you're missing what Glowbusters Bob said. This is what Nathan is referring to. I'll say it again. I know, but
I'll say it again. This is what Bob wrote. FED is incapable of understanding the science behind the ether. That's what he said. Got it? Everyone got that?
Well, isn't that what we're freaking asking for?
Yes. I just want everyone to understand where Nathan is getting it from. And there it is right there. Okay? Now we're going to head back.
No, don't head back.
Yeah.
This is that Brian live or old Brian when you press
No, I didn't press
live.
That's Brian live.
No, don't go back. This is the nub of it, my friend, isn't it? This is the underpinning, yeah?
Get there. Use your words. Get there in less than a minute.
You know what? I'm struggling for the disconnect. That's the word I want. This is the disconnect that appears, and I'm being very generous here when I use the word disconnect, but this appears to be the disconnect that Bob, God rest his soul, hadn't made, yeah? And that Witsit still hasn't made. If I'm being generous in the word disconnect with, put it back on screen. That claims the only important thing. That's why we are where we're here. We are where we are. Yeah? Because they actually think this freaking science for ether. Now, what don't you understand? The meaning of words, meaning of science, the contradiction of providing physical proof for something that you claim is not physical. This is the whole frustrating point for anybody of a level of intellect. Brian, off you go. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. I'll be fast, Kiwi. Yeah, Nathan is 100% correct, because Bob was, and not just at that time, but he had said it at other times. I remember hearing on Glowbusters, where he was claiming there was scientific proof for ether. Now, we've never claimed it. Austin was claiming scientific proof for ether, but we did claim that Bob was claiming it because Bob was claiming it.
Yes. Correct. Yep, they've already seen it. Everyone knows what he said. Let's continue.
Are we clear?
When I said nobody's claiming that...
You meant you, the arrogant, big-headed Dumbo who's about to make a baseless generalization and stereotyping fallacy. We know that you meant you when you, the arrogant little prick, decided that what you think is what everyone thinks. We established that, Witsit, you arrogant little boy. Meanwhile, what you think isn't what Bob Nodell thinks. He's saying we don't understand the...
Because whilst what Nathan's about to say is the underlying point, I really want to... Can we get a J on that? And just...
Sure.
This is the point of Witsit, okay? This is why he's a frustration to us. That summary by Nathan is that. Exactly that. Like I say, it's his ego. him telling you people, even though he cannot substantiate it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. It's all
perfect. Nathan, he really is on fire too. I love 2-year-old Nathan. Nathan from the past. You're awesome.
He went quiet when I asked him why he went along with the law of identity violations, though.
Yeah, but because I tell you why. Sometimes you got to suck up the shit to blow it all out.
Yeah, I know why. I just wanted to hear it from him. He had ulterior motive. He had a Nathan agenda.
Let's see. We know that you.
Why I didn't answer it. Sorry, I just couldn't remember. I was sat here. I did answer like I just did after you'd finished the question, but it's just I don't know what my agenda was. I can't remember.
Yeah, you had an ulterior motive. I kind of realized that, but I didn't like you letting him go with that identity violation. But I can understand it. It's all right.
You meant you when you, the arrogant little prick, decided that what you think is what everyone thinks. We established that, Witsit, you arrogant little boy. Meanwhile, what you think isn't what Bob Nodell thinks. He's saying we don't understand the science of ether, Witsit. Contrary to what you, not everybody, you arrogant little prick, think. Okay?
Okay, I was speaking...
How am I, balls?
Pause. Do you hear that bomb? Now, the science of ether, the understanding, the knowledge of the physical and natural world of a thing that is not of the physical and natural world. It's the bomb Nathan just dropped. I do not expect Witsit together. Nathan, if I could ask 2-year-old Nathan, is that the bomb you just dropped? Because if you did, that is awesome, bro.
I'm going to go with yes.
I was going to say, what is he going to do?
No, I knew it was good. but did you hear that? Because that fundamentally this is what fucks me off. That is the fundamental premise, right? Is this plasticine, made of non-plasticine? Yeah, whatever mold with it doesn't matter. But you're asking me to just piss in the... It's such a contradiction, the fundamental bit. And Nathan's got it outlined with Witsit's guru.
On a personal note, right, I'm trying to maintain my level head as much as possible, because what Witsit's doing is he's attacking us on a non-science front, while Bob, when he was alive, was telling his audience that we're idiots and to unsubscribe based on the fact that we don't understand the ether science. I'm personally getting it from both angles.
Yep.
It's all to my detriment. All negative.
Yep.
Very irritating.
That makes sense of why I saw on Twitter that both Jaren and Witsit killed Bob.
Oh, brother. Let's continue.
Balls taste, by the way, Witsit. That's when I get to teabag you little arrogant prick who thinks everybody thinks what you think when you say it isn't science, and nobody says it's science. Oh, Bob Nodell does. How do my balls taste?
Okay.
Yeah, they taste salty, eh, Witsit? Yeah, you're wrong. There is people who think it's science because they're stupid. That would be Bob Nodell. He doesn't understand what science is, Witsit. In spite of you thinking that nobody would think that. Oh, how wrong. Bob thinks it, you stupid little boy.
Okay, so...
Okay, not okay. We've got a contradiction in your ether belief with Bob Nodell. You are as bold as to stereotype everybody when you say nobody, bar none, thinks it's science. Wrong, you stupid little boy. We've got liars and deceivers who disagree with you and your personal view of whether or not it's science. You say it isn't. Bob says it is. And says we don't understand that science. You say it isn't. We clear?
Okay. He says you...
No, okay. We need to clear this up. You're making explicitly clear that no one says it's science. Bob says it is. That's a problem.
Okay, Bob said...
It's not okay. You keep starting with okay. It's not okay that you stereotype...
Wow. Right, so, Brian, are you there? What the living shit could we have interjected on Nathan's super performance here? Because I'm trying to review, and I'm not blowing smoke up Nathan's arse. This is so on point. You've got him by the balls. Yeah. He's invoked Bob, and you've now smoked Bob. And you're now using Bob as an aggressive witness. It's fucking brilliant. Round of applause, bro.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking to you today. I'm talking 2 years ago, Nathan. 2-year-old Nathan.
Cheek, he's did that 3 times.
Yes,
I know.
Everybody, when you say nobody, says it's science, and I immediately point out that Bob says it is. That's not okay.
I was saying nobody.
How's it working out for you, Bob? Your little victory pummeling was initially very, very painful when I lost a shitload of subscribers. Now you've got embarrassing little children coming to tell us how scientific it isn't. Hey, Bob. I shouldn't be asking you how my balls taste there, Witsit, because nobody would be so stupid as to call this science. Hey, Witsit, right? Nobody calls it science, right, Witsit?
He says the science that's so.
Oh, he says the science, but nobody says that, Witsit. You just made that clear.
You're not going to let me talk because I'm going to.
Sorry, you talked. You said nobody says it's science, and now you're about to explain how some idiot called Bob Nodell does say it's science.
Okay, he didn't say.
No, okay, you stupid, arrogant little boy who's decided to stereotype everybody, aka nobody, with what you incorrectly declare that Bob disagrees with. That's not okay, Witsit.
It's a colloquial use of the word nobody in response to someone.
A colloquial use of the word nobody? Really? You actually said that?
Colloquially doesn't mean nobody. It means no body. Different things.
Thanks. Absolutely unbelievable, pathetic retard you are, Witsit. That's your rebuttal?
Well, I've had to run down to the house for wine. What have I just heard?
Okay, hold on. I'm going to give you a J. Here we go.
Nobody with what you incorrectly declare that Bob disagrees with. That's not okay, Witsit.
It's a colloquial use of the word nobody in response.
Holy, I was right.
A colloquial use of the word nobody.
Right. So, give me right, to anybody of any reasonable intellect now, whether you believe in ether or a baller for anything, this is the sort of person that will now mitigate for when they use the word everybody. What it actually means is me in its colloquial sense. At what point, as we've alluded to, can you trust anything that comes out of this guy's mouth, especially now that you know, even when he says everybody, what he means when he says that, even though he's used the word everybody, implying everybody as you understand it, what he actually means in its colloquial sense, for mitigational purposes only, please see asterisk 1, 2, 3, 4 at the bottom, it actually means me and my masturbatory nonsense, as opposed to the actual definition, be it colloquial or not, or just the basic dictionary one, meaning everybody, as in all of us, not just this freaking lying, duplicitous numpty. Oh, glad I missed that bit.
So did he just prove that nothing exists?
That would be asinine, wouldn't it?
No body. Nobody. They're different things.
How can you have a colloquial version of that?
You can't, Brian. That's the point. That's stupid.
No, but listen. Nobody, he's claiming he's God. If nobody means nothing and nothing is nothing, then therefore if nobody actually in a colloquial sense means him, then in the absence of nothing is only Witsit. Therefore,
I've got to
Witsit
stop
is
this.
the
I'm really
omnipotent.
sorry. I'm really sorry. Right. Doesn't mean any of that. We're trying to draw meaning. Nonsense waffle. What it means You can't take a single word out of this man's mouth seriously.
Exactly.
He says, everybody's going to get wiped out by the nuclear bomb. Oh, no, my aunt, my uncle. Oh, don't worry, they're fine. They'll be fine. What do you mean they'll be fine? When I said everybody's going to get wiped out, I just meant it colloquially. Meaning everyone's going to be fine. In other words, he's the boy who cried wolf. You can't take a single word he says seriously.
Yep.
That's what it means.
Exactly. You got it. Thank you.
There's a colloquial use of the word nobody in response to someone strawmanning my argument.
Sorry, nobody claims it's science. Bob Nodell does, Dumbo. Are you not hearing me on FM, little boy?
This is sad. So
yeah, sad. It's beyond. It's beyond sad, son.
It's so sad, isn't it? Just listen to the actual. You're now getting mocked with it in a very polite manner. A very polite manner for the level of lies and shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, really. Sorry.
Yeah. No, I agree. I thought Nathan went light on him here. I would have went through the computer and busted his teeth out.
Yeah, that's how I feel, because financially, this cost me dearly. It cost me a ton of money as a shit ton of people disappeared from my channel, stopped supporting me, because Bob told them not to. Why? Because he doesn't understand the ether science. What a scumbag. Nathan's a scumbag grocery delivery boy. Why? Because I attempted to educate Bob in science. Now, Ether Boy comes along and starts telling me, I'm not claiming it's science. Nobody would claim such a thing. Like you say, you want to jump over the desk and knock his teeth out.
Yeah, exactly.
I think this is a good point. Kiwi, I know you might not do it in Discord, but certainly for the YouTube viewers, will you please put back up that slideshow? It's really important because Witsit will come with some form of rebuttal. So for anyone of any intelligence, he needs to deal with this. Was Bob Odell, his great guru, talking shit or completely misinformed and in a category error when he said FED, the indictment he's given here, that's just that. FED is incapable of understanding the science behind the ether. Yeah. And in doing so, you are gonna shoot yourself, son, aren't you? But who's right? Yeah, who was right back then, Witsit, in all of this? Who's right now? You know, to invoke a history fallacy.
Sad that you would declare that nobody calls it science when Bob says it is and says we don't understand that science, that you say nobody says it is.
I was responding to the straw man of my...
No, really? It seems like that was your defense last time you came here. Suddenly your declaration of stereotyping fallacy, everybody, nobody, says it's science, is actually you responding to a straw man. No, it was a bold declaration that was wrong because Bob says it's science. He's wrong. He doesn't understand what science is. And you understand science because you say nobody would claim it. I mean, obviously, nobody claims this is science, right, Witsit? As you declared. You weren't responding to a straw man when you made a bold statement about how non-scientific this ether nonsense is. Unlike Bob's declaration that it most certainly is, and we don't understand that science, you say it isn't.
Bob actually said that they don't understand the science that...
Oh, the science that nobody says it is? We don't understand that science? Well, nobody's saying it's science, but he says we don't understand it, right, Witsit?
He said you don't understand the science that...
The science that nobody says it is. That science, Witsit. The one you stereotype nobody, a.k.a.
Pause. Now he knows he's cornered. Like, how can I wrangle this back into being science again now? In complete and total contradiction of the thing he said previously that I'm challenging him on. So he's cornered on nobody says it's science. Quick, let's wangle this into being science in some form or another to defend Bob's honour.
Yes.
Everybody that isn't you and your understanding of how it isn't science. He's saying we don't understand that science. Hey, Bob! Witsit's making it perfectly clear that nobody says it's science. So what the hell are you doing, Bob? Going around after I personally have had your attention and made it explicitly clear to you personally that this isn't science. Here we are 4 years later with this embarrassing child defending your nonsense and making it explicitly clear that nobody says it's science. So why would you be chat skanking people, telling people that we don't understand the quote, science of ether, Bob? Is it because you are a moron and don't understand science and need children to come and defend your ignorance of what ether isn't? That would be science. I think that's the case.
You didn't say the science of ether. You didn't say that.
You said the science behind the ether. I just posted it a number of times.
Behind of.
Good try.
Would anybody want to make a differentiation there?
Oh, he's gonna start to play his ignorant.
Hold on. Let's hear his Joseph Goebbels bit, because he said his last words out of his mouth were "he said." So he's about to quote Bob.
All right, let's see if he gets it right.
The science that supports the ether.
He didn't say that. He said this. FED is incapable of understanding the science behind the ether.
Right.
Literally. That's what Bob said. Everyone's looking at it.
Right. Okay. So the science behind, the science that supports. Okay. I'm not so fussed about that definitional term because
me neither.
Either interpretation is a nonsense.
Yes.
Because the consequence, the science that supports or is behind something that is got nothing to do with science. What? Yeah.
Correct.
At this point, recognize what's being described, something that cannot and was not within the purview of science. So the understanding which is not within the purview of the field you're talking about. FED is incapable of understanding the field of knowledge that is not applicable to the field of knowledge that may or may not exist. That's the indictment there.
Yeah, I'm not getting all hung up on support or behind. Basically, they mean the same thing, but distinctly, I'm not done yet.
Hold on. It's
I'm not. No, not hold on. I wasn't done yet. I'm not specifically indicting because we all know support, science that supports or the science behind something basically mean the same thing. But I'm being hyper specific on what Bob actually said. And that's not what he said. Correct?
Right.
Now go ahead, Nathan.
It's contextually correct if you use the example that you used earlier with computing. Right? To say, well, you don't understand the science behind computers. Are computers science?
No.
No. So to say you don't understand the science behind computers is a perfectly reasonable statement. Science isn't computing, but the science that created computers absolutely is cause and effect reasoning based on natural phenomena. That's a reasonable statement. But that isn't what we're talking about. We're talking about something that does not exist. And Bob's invoking scientific validity, is invoking empirical proof in that statement.
Yes.
But and by that, he's technically correct, isn't he? Flat Earth debate is incapable of understanding the science of something that's got nothing to do with the purview. He's correct. Of course, science is applicable to the physical and natural world. If it's fourth dimensional, then science isn't applicable yet. So it's actually a commendation to us. Of course, we're incapable of understanding a set of rules that don't apply to the paradigm you're talking about.
Of course, it's non sequitur.
Yeah,
but that's
it's high level bullshittery that at first you disagree with, then ultimately it's actually a statement of truth.
Yes, it is, but that's not what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with Witzit's idea of what Bob said. So let's get on with it.
So the science that supports ether then? So the science of ether?
No,
No, because there isn't any. There isn't any science. Nobody would say such a thing, right, Witsit? Nobody would say that, as we've got that recorded.
Are you going to let me speak, or are you going to keep on?
Maybe you can suck my balls, Witsit. Same as Bob Nodell, who says this is science and there's a science to support it. Well, if there's science to support it, that would be a cause and effect relationship established by way of systematic experimentation based on a hypothesis. That's what science is. So I want to see the systematic experimentation based on hypothesis that supports ether.
What he's actually saying is...
Oh, what he's actually saying, because I can't read.
Yeah. Now you're going to give your little incoherent Joseph Goebbels reenactment of what actually happened, right? You've done this shit before. I've exposed you with this. You little clown show. What color dress do you wear, by the way?
He's actually...
Yeah, you need a child to tell us what you're actually saying, don't you, Bob? This child's come to tell us what Bob Nodell's actually saying when he tells people that we, FED, don't understand the science that supports ether. Oh, well, there isn't any. Nobody would say that, Witsit, unless they were ignorant and trying to deceive people.
Okay, so he's saying the science on the Earth that can...
I'm sorry, you're paraphrasing what he actually said now?
Yeah, because he didn't say science on the Earth. Exactly. He's misparaphrasing like he did with Einstein. He's pulling the same routine. The incoherent Joseph Goebbels reenactment, right? Rewriting history, right? What's it? You ass clown. You're busted. You'll never recover.
I'd have liked Nathan in 2022, talking to, should have let him speak here. Yeah, I'd have liked a single take rebuttal on this. Because I know the first words out of our are contradictory. I'd have loved for him to deal with that in 2 years ago. Nathan 2022.
Here we go.
Now, I don't think he said that, Witsit. It seems like you're paraphrasing what Bob says. Have you got his permission to talk on his behalf and paraphrase his words for our interpretation based on your interpretation? Is that what you have permission? Hey, check it out, people. It's now official. Witsit the child arrogant prick is now Bob Nodell's spokesperson.
So do you think everyone can't tell you have to mute me to not let me talk?
Why should we let you talk? You've talked enough. Huh?
You started
What?
Yeah, only because I just want to check a point. It's 2022, and it's just a point of clarity, but in terms of respect. Is Bob dead yet? And I don't mean that in a bad way.
No.
Because, like, the timeline, he hasn't, has he?
No, Bob is still alive. I think he died in 2016.
Yeah,
he's alive at this point.
So that makes that more right. So I was hoping he wasn't, because otherwise, yeah, it needs a bit of context. So if Bob's not dead, that's really a severe indictment from Nathan there. Doesn't need his little children, yeah?
Yeah.
Because this is part of the argument back then. This is part of the castigation of Nathan. Why he's got a beef today, and even back then he's got a beef. You heard it earlier on, yeah? We've been shit on, all of us that have a standard. And we've been shit on so that we can pursue the concept of ether. Yeah, that's why Nathan's been attacked like this. This is why I end up leaving Iron Realm, or maybe have left by this point. I have left by this point. Yeah, but this is all this point. And Bob, respectfully, Bob was the greatest manipulator in this argument, and he would take on board people, give them funding. And I can give you citation for these individuals, give them funding within the Flat Earth community and support and promotion. And if they didn't engage with this particular side of things, they would be cast aside. Yeah, those people may want to stand up, and I'm sure they will, if that argument ever needed proving. But that happened, guys. That happened. Yeah.
Thanks.
This is the reality of where we were back then. And this is what the behavior was. This is why Nathan's so egregious to it. It wasn't just Nathan. There was the manipulation within the community. And respectfully to a guy that's been dead long enough now, yeah, not speaking, he engaged in that. And he not only did it then, he engaged in manipulation way before that with regards to what I talk about FE core. Yeah? Anthony Riley was shit on from a great height early on for having a pair of balls to stand up to Bob and present logic and facts to him. And that wasn't, yeah. This continued to be. And this is where we are today at this point. And I like that bit of history because that's what you're calling out relatively. Because that's where we all are at this point. What the fudge is going off in this community? Thought we were all here to be truthers. And there's been a number of tripping points that all of us, and we're different. Me, Nathan Riley, and you know what I mean? We're all different at these points and integrating and having a combined opinion. We're not like one team, never have been. You Erfers guys, you know what I mean? But these things are coming together, and these are truths that I like that, Nathan. He was very much a guy, and these guys followed. Little rant.
Thanks.
Too much history.
Paraphrasing what Bob said about what happens on Earth, which wasn't part of his quote.
He said the science that supports the ether means...
Oh, what? The one that nobody would claim? That's science? The science that Bob goes around that you make explicitly clear isn't science? Is it that science that nobody would say it is? That science?
You guys support this, by the way. You guys...
Sorry, support what? Me absolutely ripping you a new asshole for a live audience? Smash the super chat if you enjoy me personally humiliating Bob Nodell and Witsit Gets It, the arrogant child who is now spokesperson for Bob Nodell when his wife isn't commenting for him. Yeah, if you enjoy this content where I destroy ether by pointing out that you can't derive a wave from a single impact, you just smash the super chat. Hit me up on PayPal. Maybe become a patron if you enjoy this.
So Bob didn't say that ether was science. He said that the science that supports the postulation that is ether, if you read and know how...
Yeah, he didn't say that. Yeah, we already know how to read. What's it? Where is postulation in here?
No. Again, missing the point. The postulation that supports the physical and natural evidence for something that is not physical and natural.
Yeah, we got it. But that's not what he said.
But this is...
He didn't. Bob didn't say.
All I'm hearing.
Bob didn't say that.
I'm so glad I got the disclaimer about
Adam
whether
was
Bob
just saying,
dead
look,
or not.
you're trying too hard to unpack Joseph Goebbels' rewriting of history. You could just point out that's not what he said. I tried this last time. Can we cut it down? Let's just make this shorter this time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Goebbels had two, but very small.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's not what he said. What's it? Liar.
How to read. He said this.
Yeah, we know how to read. What did he say?
Science that supports it, not that ether is science.
The science that supports it, that's not in there. We know how to read. Where supports it?
He's repeating verbatim my incorrect paraphrasing of the word support rather than backs. He's paraphrasing me, and I've incorrectly quoted Bob.
Oh, brother.
Now you strawman.
Did he say postulates? I didn't read the word postulates in there. It seems like Bob Nodell's spokesperson is now literally speaking for Bob with words that he didn't say. He didn't
exactly
say postulates.
I've talked to Bob about it.
Oh, you are a spokesperson. Literally, I can't believe I got it right. He has actually sent a child here.
You guys support this clown show.
So you spoke to Bob. Yeah, you carry on.
Okay, so he's not saying that the ether itself is science. It's immaterial.
Bob is not saying... He does this. He's done this on numerous times.
Yes.
To defend his position is to indict statements on other people's
Yes, he's done this with Jaron. Jaron didn't say this. Jaron said this when we had him on tape.
Jaron and Flat Earth Dave. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
He's a liar.
He's a liar.
Absolutely.
He does it. Sorry, Nathan.
Brian. There you go.
He does it with his own statements. Never mind everyone else's. His own statement. No, that's not what I just said. After I just been played what I just said. You know what I mean?
Yep. You're right.
He'll do it with anybody's statement. He won't be honest.
Compulsive liar.
Yep.
Right,
So
Kiwi,
it can't be
before you
signed.
press play.
Too late.
You can keep right. There's a point of this. You can keep pressing every 10 seconds, and there's going to be a point of contention.
Yep.
I think for now, just to expedite things, should we allow you to pause it for your points of indictment as opposed to our points of the vomiting objection?
Yes. Thank you.
Science. He's saying that the physical world has scientific evidence that supports that framework.
No, that's not what he said. That's not what the quote said. It said FED don't understand the science that supports ether. He didn't say that.
Yeah. There you go. Okay. And then when I was responding to the other guy, you desperately try to divert the conversation away to...
Somebody say pause.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't want to do this, but I have to do it. Did Adam just tell you that we're all not going to join in from here on in after he's finished joining in all night?
No,
right?
just
making sure. Yeah.
No, just the next few minutes so we can get through it.
There is.
Sorry, Adam.
It wasn't me butt sucking. I was actually. It was a genuine. I didn't know whether the answer would be yes or no. Because I'm happy. I mean, I'm good to go into the new year on this, because into the new year there'll still be idiots that are being pimped ether. So it's good to have live content constantly dealing with this issue, right? But what QE said earlier, as a promise to Adam number 2, Vice Adam, was that he'd have it done in 4 shows, and he wanted to lay out some of the indictments. And that's now those indictments might be 2-3 hours, in which case, no, keep chewing away, boys. But there might be a point that
if there's a point that jumps out, you guys can tell me to stop. That's fine.
To Bob, because I was responding to a straw man, and I said, no one's saying that. I was talking about
No one's saying what?
And you jumped in.
No one's saying what?
Talking about
Let's get back on track then. No worries, my bad. No one's saying what, Witsit?
I was saying that no one's saying that you can't prove that the Earth is not spinning without the ether. That's a...
What the hell are you on now?
Just making it crap he hasn't said. So when I say, what isn't anybody saying, he knows damn well that the indictment is based on nobody saying ether is science.
Right.
Because Bob is.
So
he's changed it to nobody's saying it's spin of the earth.
He's going back to the previous. Yeah, he's going back to the previous vomit. Yep.
Straw man. And I said, no one's saying that ether is science. I'm talking about me.
Oh, no one's saying that ether is science. Oh, I think you'll find that Bob Nodell explicitly states that the science to support ether. That's where you're wrong with it. You see, Bob Nodell says contrary to what you thought everybody would say, i.e. nobody would say that. Bob does say that. He says the science to support ether.
I was speaking colloquially in response to the straw man.
Smash the super chat if you like this content.
So the guy was strawmanning my position. I said, what? No one's saying...
Pause, please, Kiwi. Can I say something very quick, Adam, before you?
I want to hand to you, Brian, just on a simple... Don't you really like Nathan Oakley 2022? It's fucking... It's so concise.
Yes, he's sharp.
Yeah, he's lost that edge he had. Go on.
What are you doing in enlisting Brian to get on this tip? What are you doing?
He's lost his edge.
Lost my edge, my ass.
All I was going to say is that if he was any good of a lawyer, all he would have had to say is, did Bob say that? Well, I wasn't aware that he had said that, and he's incorrect to say it. And I'll talk with Bob myself. That's all he would have had to say. Even if he was aware that Bob had said it, all he would have to say is that. Then he's basically stating, instead he wants to go around in circles.
Bob's not dead yet. He can't use that. He's fine when Bob's dead. Yeah, he can use that. Oh, did Bob say that? Well, he's dead, so whatever. Yeah, he can't do that now because remember what I just did. And it was a bit of a ramble, but remember my little emotional diatribe where I describe actually how the community was?
Yes.
saying that as in I'm not saying that. I'm not claiming that that ether is science. It's immaterial. Intrinsically, it cannot be science.
I see. You're not saying that. Oh, right. Bob Nodal says it is, though. He says there's science to support it.
If
I already addressed that straw man.
It is then...
How's that a straw man? How in the hell is that a straw man when I've just posted it a number of times? You friggin' clown.
To divert away from me destroy.
You couldn't destroy a soup sandwich, and we're not diverting away from anything. Clown.
All of you at the same time.
You couldn't. Yeah. You're delusion. You got delusions of grandeur. You delusional Dunning-Kruger dunce.
So
it seems like this
cannot be applied.
He's going to verbal diarrhea his way through his statements that he's destroying us somehow. He's going to verbal diarrhea his way through you, Brian.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so when he interrupts.
Yeah, so there's that verbal diarrhea again. I've got to talk to him like he's a child. Sit down, child. Other adults are talking. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Nathan. If science is supporting something, then that something is called a scientific theory. That's how it works. And science is established through the cause and effect method of scientific method. Natural phenomena. That's how it's established. So if actual science is supporting ether, then ether will have to be a scientific theory. That's what that statement means when you claim that science
that's not what it means.
Supporting it. Yes.
That's not what it means.
So the observed phenomenon would be where we start with this, right?
Yes, that's the scientific method in essence.
You got to all interrupt me, straw man the whole time, and not let me respond coherently.
So I stopped
You
bleating,
said there was
you
scientific
pathetic,
evidence that
entitled
supported
child. We are now talking, Witsit. You're not the centre of the universe, you pathetic, entitled little child. Go ahead, John.
Well, he said that there was scientific evidence that supports the ether. So we'll go to the very beginning. He can go ahead and give us the observed phenomenon.
Now, no one's saying that the ether itself is being scienced here.
So Bob Nodal says there's scientific evidence.
Bob Nodal said it is, though.
Scientific evidence. So, what scientific evidence could you elucidate for something that isn't within the purview of science?
Nothing.
Or that doesn't exist.
No. So to put it simply, to elucidate a cause and effect relationship within the 3 dimension of physicality, you couldn't do through a 4th dimension that doesn't exist, or is only conceptual, metaphysical, or, as we elucidated, philosophical.
No, it has to be established first to exist. Then, perhaps
making it right. He's offering unicorns and saying, no, well, I mean, you can't offer science for unicorns. Unicorns aren't real.
Yes, you have to demonstrate existence first before perhaps it may be included in science, but that thing must exist in reality first.
As a phenomenon.
That's my point. By its definition and its invocation, it cannot exist within the physical and natural world. It does not exist.
Yes.
Yeah? It's not. Yeah. This is the point they're missing right now. They're trying to, or the point I'm trying to underline. How can you invoke science for something that by its very own definition doesn't exist within the physical and natural world?
The answer to that question is you can't.
Of science.
The answer to the question is you can't. Can we move on? Thanks.
To support the ether, though.
No,
so when you say nobody, you're wrong. I had to correct you previously, and somehow it was responding to a straw man. No, just a proper good old-fashioned ether teabagging.
Wow. Yeah, we're not to the theory yet, Witsit. We got to do the hypothesis, but we need an observed phenomenon before we can do that. So observed phenomenon, please.
Magnetism.
Whoa, what?
What a living glue sniffing idiot.
What? Witsit, you've just been saying for the past 30 minutes that there is no science to prove the ether. Now, these guys, the panel, has Jedi mind tricked you into thinking that there's actual science there. So they ask you for the observed natural phenomena, the dependent variable of what you claimed isn't science, and you say magnetism. What in the great googly moogly is going on here?
Lisa.
He gave me...
Ryan, you go first.
I'm saying he gave me a similar answer to that. Although I don't know if he said magnetism at another time when I was speaking with him. I don't know if it was one of the debates or when I was on his channel for that time. But he gave me something similar. He gave me a dependent variable. Because the problem is this. This is what they're doing. They're trying to deny that what they're promoting is anything like general relativity. Yet it's exactly the same grift. General relativity is the cause, and then afterwards effects, right? Most of them are all man-made effects, with the exception of one, are all attributed to this thing.
Yeah.
Whereas they're doing the same exact thing with each other.
Yeah, you're missing it.
Stop. That's not what's happening. What's happening is
it is.
He's going. We've got unicorn. Hold on, I've got to get this out. He's saying there's unicorns, and we're saying there can't possibly be science, but Bob says there is science for unicorns. He says nobody would ever suggest there's science for unicorns, and the panel say, well, what's the observed phenomena? And he says, wheatgrass.
Yeah, but the problem is when you ask him for what's the observed phenomena, and he says magnetism, he already has, prior to this effect, he already has the claimed cause in his head of magnetism, which is ether.
But
just like general relativity, they'll claim this effect and that effect.
You're missing it. How can he say anything? He just got done claiming for 30 minutes that there was no science, but now the panel is Jedi mind tricked into him thinking it was science. So he gives a dependent variable. That makes no sense.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I mean, you expect me to be surprised about that? It's awesome.
Yeah, he shouldn't have said anything. Why is he saying anything?
Exactly. He's denying that there could be any science. And then when John Refracted Curvature asks him, well, give us an observed phenomena for your ether, he goes magnetism. So like, I said this earlier, because he doesn't know what science is. He's not been Jedi mind tricked. He doesn't realise that that's where this is going to inevitably lead. So we're starting the process of this method that you're denying that you've got any for ether. You're starting the process off with the phenomena. So next step, hypothesis then. Like, you're a dumbass. You don't know what science is, do you, ether boy?
No. And he's going to screw this up, even though it's already he's already screwed. Watch what he does. Listen very closely.
I've not done with my indictment.
Make it quick.
Oh, I won't then. Press play.
Thank you.
Okay. Dependent variable.
Really?
Magnetism.
The manipulation of electrical current.
The manipulation of electrical current.
Yeah. Okay, so I can't carry on. I actually need to do my indictment. Then we can come back to the retard answer that was just postulated there by somebody that's just, by his answer, demonstrated he doesn't even understand the natural phenomena he's just invoked.
Yep.
Okay. So as a rebuttal, he invoked magnetism. As a rebuttal to invoke something scientific. So if we were to use the principles of the scientific method, magnetism. Ladies and gentlemen, and I'll open it up to the Discord panel and Discord, and YouTube. What would be the cause of magnetism?
Magnets.
Holy shit, Sherlock.
Yeah,
isn't it telling that he didn't mention light? Why didn't he bring up light?
Why would he? What the fudge? Whether I've got a torch on has got nothing to do with whether a magnet invokes magnetism.
I'm going to challenge you on this. Is magnetism a phenomena?
Yeah.
Yes.
What's happening?
Does that is my prerequisite? Why are you strawmanning? Why do I have to tell you what's happening for it to be a natural phenomena? If
He's wrong ultimately. I'm not indicting you on this. I'm just saying, is it what is the thing that occurs when you say the word magnetism?
Attraction
if I
or
show you
repulsion.
something being attracted, hold on, I'm not quite done. I know it was a question. If I show you something being attracted to something else, yeah, and I can say that a magnet and its magnetism is the cause of two things being attracted to each other inexplicably. Like they're close enough and the wind blows and then they snap together, whatever we could describe a magnetic effect in nature. That's an effect that I could, conjure and potentially put into nature, right? In this respect, if you just say magnetism, is that actually a phenomena?
I'm going to use the words of English here, not science.
Well, belly up to that mic.
Okay, so what I do is I take this lump of iron. It's a magical, mystical lump of iron, but it is in reality in the real world. And I put it up to these iron filings. Yeah. And I look at the iron filings and I go, look at that magnetic field. From a scientific point of view, not an explanation for what the fuck's gone off just there. From a scientific point of view, what caused that? So there were the iron filings underneath the sheet, on top of the sheet of paper, and I put this magnet, as we describe it in the English language, underneath, and the iron filings, they shot up like, whoa, hello, Dad, like that.
When you're done with your dramatics,
what caused the iron filings to shoot up and go, Now,
okay, I gotcha.
We got it, Adam.
I got it. Yeah, the effect has now changed to the cause, though, hasn't it? You've just rearranged this to make the magnetic rock and its magnetic properties is now the cause of a new effect of magnetic filings standing up in nature. Okay, you've just flipped the cause and effect, haven't you?
I'm trying to give you an example in the real world where you would say this is what magnets do. Yeah?
That's not what he said. I'm asking.
He said what is the cause of. What he said, what is the cause of magnetism? Okay. The cause of magnetism in any real world explanation is a magnet.
I got all that, Adam, thanks. I'm saying he's invoking this as the effect, though, isn't he? What effect?
An effect of ether, yeah.
What effect?
An electromagnetic effect from a perturbation within a non-physical media.
What's the naturally occurring phenomena? I keep saying the same thing. If this is if he's saying right, there isn't one, but he's saying magnets or magnetism.
He's going to throw a spanner in the works. He's going to throw a spanner in the works. Can we move on from this? Because we're going to do this.
Nathan's brought us back in a circle.
No, we're going to move on from it. Now he's going to throw.
We shouldn't.
He's going to throw a spanner in the works for you. Just listen closely.
Oh, you've heard this.
So just one at a time. Dependent variable. What's the phenomenon?
I just said magnetism. Oakley, catch up.
So we're going to establish with science the cause of magnetism. Then
you're getting there.
We're getting there. Okay.
Introduction of electrical current. IV.
IV. Introduction of electrical current causes magnetism. Really? My refrigerator magnet out there holding up stuff on my refrigerator. Can you show me where the fucking plug is in it? What's it? You asshat.
Oh, look, that's 3 steps ahead of the indictment.
Yeah, I know, but we're getting there because I got to go in a couple minutes.
I know, but I know that's boring what I just said, but the natural cause of of any form of magnetic effect that you would see in the real world is somebody introducing a magnet, right?
Yes.
And of itself, that magnet doesn't have to be electromagnet. There are things in the natural world that are just magnetic.
Yes. We understand that.
I know you do, but that can be very important.
It's driving me nuts.
That is the
I've got to stop you. You keep doing this. You're invoking cause for the magnet on his behalf. The question on the just let me finish. The question on the table to him is natural phenomena. He's giving it as a phenomena, as the effect.
Yeah.
So what? After I made my last point, Witzit's changed the definitional terms. We're no longer at magnets, we're at electromagnets.
Yes.
And that's why I wanted to make that differentiation. Boring as it is sometimes.
He's not always done either. You've got to listen to the words coming out of his mouth.
He will do that, and he's already begun
really
to do that.
nuts. Please. Oh, he's saying magnets. I heard him. What's the cause of magnets? Introduction of electricity. So the cause and effect relationship Witzit's saying there is if electricity, then magnets. That's what he said.
Yeah, it's stupid.
Yeah, but Adam's flipping it and making the magnets the cause on his behalf, and that's not what he's doing.
No, it's not. That's
you're not listening. Come on, Brian.
Adam, are you stating that electricity is the cause of electricity is magnetism, or that magnetism
no
is related?
That's what Witzit's trying. He's invoked a natural phenomenon, magnetism. Which I would agree with. That's what I said.
So,
yeah. And now I wanted to make that differentiation. What it was, what caused magnetism, which is a magnet. And now what Witzit's going to do is to invoke the movement of electrons to induce a magnetic field equivalent to that of a magnet. This false comparison is instantly switched to. Yeah, the two things are not synonymous.
Right.
The effect maybe, but the cause
magnets and electromagnets.
Yeah, we already went over this before. When I showed that he didn't know the difference between magnetism and electromagnetism. Remember the first episode? Remember back there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's already established. Now he's going to do the old switcheroo on you. Listen closely. Dependent variable, magnetism. Independent variable, induction of electric current. Listen closely.
Sorry. Electrical current or magnet? I just said one at a time with the dependent variable of phenomena. You stopped me in my tracks and then said magnetism. You want another try? Do you want to take back magnetism and replace it with what now?
He's just so lost. So the dependent variable is magnetism. The independent variable is the introduction of electrical current.
So if electrical current, then magnetism.
That's right. You can manipulate a magnetic field. Right.
Yeah, you can manipulate the magnetic field. Well, are you manipulating the dependent variable? No, you manipulate the independent variable, the electric field. You idiot of a crayon muncher. You just switched it.
So, but now, the ID and DV are now magnetic field and electric current. It's got nothing to do with what was being discussed now. We're manipulating the electric current, changing that to see what effect it has on the magnetic field.
No, he's changing the magnetic field. That was what he said. He switched it.
That's not how you... If you're going to invoke electromagnetism...
This is a jumbled, convoluted nonsense. You're trying to ferret out.
I vaguely remember throwing this entire thing under the bus in about 30 seconds.
Yes, correct.
Right, with electric current.
I understand. That's really interesting. So, supposition is if electrical field, then magnetism.
Yeah, so there's...
Yes, so absolutely and precisely nothing to do with ether then in this hypothesis.
We're not sciencing the ether.
We're not sciencing the ether. He just gave you a dependent and independent variable.
That's it. No, Nathan, you got him there. So if electrical field, then magnetism. Whose magnets have batteries?
That's what I've been asking exactly, or a plug.
Just to keep it so we can be a bit more concise, right? If electroper and magnaper.
Smart ass.
No. If the naturally observed phenomena of magnetism, then yeah, you see where this retard is?
Yep.
And I'll ask again, whose magnets have got a battery strapped to them?
Or a plug.
So when I say let's have the science for ether, you give me some seeming to be science about magnetism. And when I point out that's got absolutely nothing to do with ether, you tell me we're not sciencing ether? Oh, it sounds like a bit of a bait and switch. It sounds like when we asked for science for ether and you started giving us dependent variables and independent variables, it seemed like you were trying to give us science for ether. And yet, when I point out it isn't, and there was no mention of ether, you tell me that we're not sciencing ether? Oh, bait and switch then. Why were you giving us an independent and dependent variable if we're not sciencing ether?
Exactly.
That sounds like a bait and switch there.
So we're talking about how there's things that can be scienced on Earth.
No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about ether and its science with ether, not how other things can be science on the Earth. You absolute imbecile.
Ether, if it's a phenomena, we asked you for that phenomena.
There is science on the Earth.
Yeah, we asked him for that phenomena, and he gave us magnetism, didn't he, ladies and gentlemen? He didn't give you ether. I mean, it made it seem like there was going to be some science for ether. And if I hadn't have spotted that he didn't mention ether in the cause and effect relationship he set up, he would have led you, the audience, to believe that that was the science for ether, until it wasn't, and I pointed that out, then we weren't sciencing ether, even though we were establishing a natural phenomena for ether. Okay, Witsit. Bait and switch then. Just conning people.
Material cannot be science. It's a philosophical frame. Make sure you keep interrupting me and funny muting me.
Oh, brilliant. Did you hear that?
Just
Did you hear the aggression after Nathan pointing out what a duplicitous wanker he was?
Yep.
Calmly, politely. And give it a J and listen to Witsit's voice switch up there. You wanker, you got me.
Phenomena for ether. Okay, Witsit. Bait and switch then. Just conning people.
Material cannot be science. It's a philosophical frame. Make sure you keep interrupting me and funny muting me.
Yeah, funny muting.
So is that an appeal to format?
You guys, Neil, they won't let me talk. What are you talking?
We won't let you talk.
Appeal to format. They won't let him talk after he's just talked.
After he gave his train wreck dependent and independent variable and his monkey ass hypothesis that made no sense. Idiot.
Oh, the violins. They start playing.
And he didn't get to say what his observed phenomenon and an independent variable was. We can do that again if you want.
Yeah, we'll do it again. We asked him for his observed phenomena when it comes to ether. He didn't get to talk. I mean, he gave us magnetism and then changed it to electric fields, and then changed it back to magnetism and claimed that the electric fields were going to be the independent variable. Of course, he wasn't allowed to talk. That wasn't him talking, and this isn't you getting pummeled. Okay, we're all clear.
Okay, the ether is immaterial, cannot be science, nor can it be quantified. Ether is immaterial, cannot be science, nor can it be quantified. We're talking about things that can be manipulated in the physical world. That's important.
No, we weren't talking about that. We were talking about ether.
Sorry, could you just give me a J there? Sorry.
It'll be a quick one. It's going to be the last one.
Look. We've asked him for unicorns because he's there claiming unicorns. They're saying, look, I can't give you science of unicorns. If you ask me for science, I'll give you some science. But when you question me about how it isn't science for unicorns, I'm giving you science for other stuff that we can give you science for.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah, for watermelons. Yes.
Watermelons, exactly.
All right. It's been a lot of fun. We're over 5 hours. I need to get something to eat.
I had something to say.
So
don't matter.
Yeah.
Don't put yourself down, Brian.
Well,
you waited all that time. Go on, Brian.
Listen, you just have to wait till Saturday. Ballbusters Saturday. We're going to start right there. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what, Brian. I'm going to go ahead and give you a J right now for Saturday. How about that?
Okay.
Logical framework. I see. So we can't.
Son of a bitch. I'll give you 2 J's, Brian. There we go. I'm going to copy it. Copy video URL at current time. Boom. I'll go ahead and save that. And then you're ready to go. Make sure you're here Saturday.
To round out.
Thank you.
15100, Brian.
All their adminning.
Yeah, I got it saved. Nathan, take us home, man.
Huge.
No,
the living shit.
No, you're not the VC.
On.
Yeah, you're not the VC right now.
No, Adam did actually get introduced as the co-host. Go ahead, Adam.
That's when he was more sober.
Wasn't having it. My bad, Adam.
And you know what? You know Nathan in 2022, he was more succinct and less arrogant, and he involved us more. You know, all those things. Yeah, we all change over time, Brian. It doesn't mean we get demoted without actually being informed of the demotion.
Yeah, you got no email or nothing.
Nothing. I'm gonna wait. Well, let me just check. I'm just gonna go to Skype. No, just the picture I've sent of him of Colonel Mannering saying, "You stupid boy." That's all I've got. And actually, that's probably a good round out, because that's genuinely where we're at, isn't it? We can make all the physics arguments, all this stuff. But Nathan's alluded to, and he was playing with sparklers when he was saying these words in sheer frustration at Whitsett. You stupid boy, Pike. Yeah, is what he's saying. Which is just sheer frustration. It's a British way of saying you're just being a bit of a plum. Yeah, you're not being genuine, honest. Yeah. Actually, and the way you're dealing with me, it's a little bit Machiavellian. Yeah, it's cunning, scheming, manipulative. Yeah.
Hey Adam, focus now. Take us home.
I was so near there, and you just cut me off. And it's like that sometimes. Now I've got to get back to that climax. So I'll do that in a way which is from my mistress, Gemini, which will be the last 2 paragraphs. A Machiavellian person is often described as cunning, scheming, and manipulative. They prioritize their own goals and are willing to use any means necessary to achieve them, often disregarding morality and ethics. It's a word that evokes images of political intrigue, power plays, and strategic maneuvering.
Huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of you. Smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed. Whitsett, tell him what a dick he's been exposed as being. We will see you all on the next Ballbusters. Massive thank you to Quantum Eraser. I've been Nathan Oakley. Huge thank you to the panel and everyone who tuned in.
I think that
whatever.
I think everything is really crazy. What I think is crazy. I think that everything is the same thing. And it's just different versions of it. Everything is water. Everything is light, matter, water.
Are you high right now?
All the same thing, just different vibrations.
And everything vibrates. And ultimately, we have to become masters of vibration to work through the dimensions of this plane. This is the 3rd dimensional plane. So this physical.
Whatever.
Physical. This is the physical plane. Now, if we close our eyes.
Whatever.
And we envision something, our brain doesn't know the difference between a thought and actual reality.
You go, girl. So I would say the creator exists beyond it, like within it maybe, but
which one is it then?
Yeah, that's what I think. I have heard that about like how all these seemingly like divine properties of water,
You can attribute all kinds of things to water. Like it morphs around any situation. Like it always adapts to the situation. It seems to, there is no way to get rid of it. It's perpetually in a cycle as if it were omnipresent.
This is what it is, okay? I said, empty your mind.
He's got that covered.
Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend.
And outside
everyone dies when people die, it's because of dehydration. Even if you're shot, it's the water leaving your body.
What about if you drown?
You know, if you don't have water, you're dead. Everything. Water's delivered everywhere angelically. I don't know.
Or they will say things like, dark matter 100% exists. We know for a fact that dark matter has to exist, but we don't know what it is. So how could you know it exists?
So I don't agree with people making claims about ether and exactly what it is, and even the name.
So how could you know it exists?
You hear that, Mr. Anderson? That is the sound of inevitability.